Supposed to tell me when I'm good.
I'm ready. Yep. Ready for another. Sorry.
What's happening? Looking next to rain and during the whole. No, I was just thinking. All right, let's call the meeting to order. We are actually opening today with the RTA board meeting that we've officially called to order, and can you please call the roll?
Mayor,
Here.
Mayor Tom Murphy,
Here.
Mayor Paul Diaz,
Here.
General Ted Maxwell,
Here.
Mayor Joe Winfield,
Here.
Mayor Regina Romero,
Here.
and Supervisor Rex.
Here. All right, please stand as you're comfortable and join me in the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you, everybody. Appreciate everybody being here today. We've got a good turnout. We have a quorum. That's good. Can we confirm if we have anybody online?
Not have anybody online.
Thank you very much. I know we've got a conflict now with this for the Paskayaki council meetings, the dates they've set. So I think as executive director, as we look forward for next year's scheduling, I want to see if they're planning on keeping their council meetings the same time as we are, and figure out how we can ensure that we can get their involvement as well.
Be happy to.
All right, thank you. Adam, can you take us through call the audience, please?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. We have not received any speaker comment cards at this time.
I'm betting we have a couple speakers in the audience, so let's start as Carolyn, you can get the card later. I know Carolyn Campbell's here to speak. I believe Jesse Lugo is also here to speak. Are there any other people in the audience that are here to speak? All right, if we could, let's start. Could you do the reading of the prescribed and then start with Ms. Campbell and then Mr. Lugo?
Absolutely. Speakers are limited to a 3-minute oral presentation and may submit written comments of any length for the board's files. Call to the audience is limited to 30 minutes. Individual board members may respond to criticism made by those individuals who have addressed the board. However, the board will not discuss or take action on a matter raised during a call to the audience that is not already on the agenda. So speakers, thank you for being here today. Carolyn, would you like to go first? So please start your comment by stating your name for the record. After that, you will have 3 minutes to address the RTA board. At the 2-minute mark, I will politely cut in and request that you wrap up your comments. You may now proceed with your comments.
Hello, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the board. Sorry, I wasn't quite ready. I didn't realize you were switching today, but that's fine. I know what I'm here to say. And hopefully you all, my name is Carolyn Campbell. I'm here representing the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection. And hopefully you all received a letter from our organization and quite a few other conservation organizations in the region here. And I just wanted to reiterate what we stated in the letter, that we are disappointed that at the last meeting, after all of the different categories and amounts had gone through the CAC, which I sat on, and the TMC, and through many meetings of the board, that the wildlife linkages money was cut in half to fund contingency. And again, that was a real disappointment. We had been kind of schooled throughout the last 5 years as a CAC that what we had as categoricals were meant to be flexible pots of money and not listed categories. And during the last deliberations, particularly through the technical management committee and then the board, some of the corridor projects became safety projects and pedestrian safety projects. And in the meantime, this wildlife linkage or the environmental element just stayed as a bucket. And the letter just wanted to remind you that there are quite a few projects that are needed. in this area, that this was, I mean, I think of linkages from the last round of RTA, kind of the conscience of the community, that as we continue to build roads around the region and through the region with the beautiful protected areas that surround this town of 1 million people.
Pardon the interruption. You have 1 minute.
Okay, thanks. That those are necessary. And if needed, I could, you know, some of the money is also going to the design of the project. So it's hard to come up with exact costs. But if you want us to go through that and give that to you over the next few months, that would be good. What I'd rather see before it goes into the public process is to renew that money because it's much, much needed. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next up, we have Jesse Lugo. Jesse, same as before, please start your comment by stating your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to address, and then I'll jump in at 2 minutes.
Absolutely. Jesse Lugo. RTA members and PAG members, good afternoon. Again, my name is Jesse Lugo. I'm here to, first of all, to, on behalf of the people of Tucson and the Arroyo Chico, Vigo Centro, Broadmoor, Broadway, and Julie King neighborhoods, we want to thank RTA for signing off on the final 22nd Street Bridge future construction. The 58-year-old 22nd Bridge that was originally constructed in 1966 provides a great separation over a major railroad yard in Arturo Parkway. During a year of many neighborhood activists and citizens met with the Tucson Department of Transportation staff members and Miguel Ortega with the city manager to come to a compromise optional construction plan that is now being proposed and supported by all stakeholders. And I'll leave copies of the summary report to give out to staff members. I'm here today now on behalf of the adjacent neighborhoods on Country Club Road from 22nd Street to Aviation Road to request that a future RTA plan include funding collaboration with the city of Tucson, Pima County, and federal funding for Country Club Road reconstruction that would consist of a center turn lane, north and south vehicle traffic, a storm drainage on the east side from Silver Lake to 21st Street. We hope that the RTA would add this future Country Club Road project that was promised to voters over 20 years ago to outline the commitment from stakeholders to benefit the people in the impacted neighborhoods and the motoring public. With that, again, we want to thank RTA again because the 22nd Bridge, you know, it took over a year, but finally it looks like the first of the year they will start construction. Thanks again.
Thank you. And any other members of the public join the audience with the desire to speak to the Regional Transportation Authority Board? Adam, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Again, thank you for taking the time in your comments. We'll move on to item 4. That's the meeting summary approval. We're being asked today to approve the May 30th, 2024 regular meeting as well as the executive session minutes.
I move to approve. Second.
I have a motion by Mayor Winfield, a second by Mayor Murphy. Are there any corrections or requested changes to be made to the minutes? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of approval, vote aye. Aye. Chair votes aye. That's unanimous. And appreciate that. We'll move on to the completed RTA project highlights. Mr. Rick Ellis.
Good stuff. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. We talk with you on a number of items, but I think this is the one I get to highlight and kind of start things off by showcasing one of the priority projects that was developed and delivered with RTA Current that really kind of epitomizes what the overall RTA plan was and the benefits that can be felt not in just that localized area, but throughout the entire region. So the one that was chosen on this was the Ina Road overpass. And while that sounds like a simple description, it's actually much more complex on that because we're trying to eliminate the grade crossing of the railroad tracks in Ina Road. So those of you familiar with that, it was quite a bottleneck on Ina Road. It also impacted the operations of the particular interchange in there and was overall a necessary improvement to address both safety and operations on that. project also provided a unique opportunity where we were going to pair up and partner with Arizona Department of Transportation and the widening and improvements. They had a mainline improvement project that was essentially going from Ina Road all the way down to Ruthroff to address the grade separation of several interchanges, as well as add extra capacity through additional lanes on the roadway. And the town of Marana also had brought forth funding and an opportunity to expand on the roadway between Silver Bell and I-10. So 3 different entities with 3 different major projects, all with their additional complications, challenges, and aspects of it. But it was critical to make it all land at the same place at the same time and make sure that they could all be delivered in a cohesive manner, which results in a better overall product for the public. Pictures oftentimes worth 1,000 words, and this was the existing condition out there. This is what we all remember out there. This is looking to the west where you've got the at-grade tracks, the interstate up and over, and you can see there was minimal lane configuration out there as well. So it was an opportunity to not only address the grade separation, but also improve the overall capacity and operations of the interchange itself. During construction, you can see you got mainline I-10 under construction. You have the new overcrossing going in, the new improvements on there. Unfortunately, outside of this picture to the left-hand part of your screen, you can't see, but those were the improvements that were being done associated with then the Marana project that was tied in and blended in with this effort. And then afterwards, this is what it's looked like. You've probably seen this because we've used this to showcase the improvements and the benefit of the RTA plan in several different settings with the CAC to show kind of the overall benefit of what can be achieved by simple spot locations, but which may offer opportunities for other partners to come in or other projects to be combined and conjoined with that and essentially get the overall end product that is so desired. Some real key highlights on this that I wanted to leave you with is that, yes, it completed the effort and gave us what we were looking for as the end condition, which is fully functional roadway on Ina Road with a great separation and with the additional project elements added on behalf of ADOT and Town of Marana. But in addition to that, it also enhanced the mobility, safety for the residents, the businesses, and a lot of people that frequent the Ina Road corridor. Our Main Street activity had engaged with over 250 businesses up there. And if you've ever driven in that area, you know how much they were impacted by a project of this size and magnitude. But they were up there from day one through the dedication and closing, the dedication and ribbon cutting event and ceremony up there to help nurse them through and make sure that they had all the information they needed on that. As I mentioned, and as I've iterated on a couple of these slides, it was expedited plus delivered in conjunction with the mainline I-10 improvements, as well as the Town of Marana's INA improvements, bringing together everything in a cohesive manner so that when it opened, essentially they had full access to all the river elements and they didn't have that stagger that oftentimes we can run into when things don't get that coordination opportunity. I know it's short and sweet, and with that, I can answer any questions or clarify anything that I talked about. So that was the showcase we wanted to present and share with all of you.
Mr. Ellis, thanks for sharing that with us. Anybody on the board have any questions or want to make a comment about the project itself? I think it was a good example with 3 different entities playing in the project that was possible under the RTA. So thank you for that. Appreciate that. And we'll talk to you. I'll talk to you in a couple minutes. Yeah. All right. We'll move on to item 6 at this point. It's consent items. Executive Director, do you have anything to say about any?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, members of the board, that's our standing report. If there are any contracts, it's highlighted in there. At this point, for this packet, there were no new contracts reported.
So let me just ask, because it's a standing item, you always have to list it anyway.
That's my desire to demonstrate what's expiring, what's new. Again, just for the sake of making sure that there's an opportunity to discuss any new contracts.
All right. Thank you. And we look forward to the standing item at our next meeting. We'll move on to item 7, the RTA Title VI implementation plan. And Mr. McLaughlin, you're going to brief us on this.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So I'll be discussing the RTA's Title VI plan for 2024, which is required by the state to receive federal funds that are primarily used for Sun Shuttle's rural transit services. Title VI of the 1964 Civil Rights Act requires that any federally funded planning, programming, and project implementation activities be free of discrimination, specifically based on the basis of race, color, or national origin. The RTA currently receives federal funding from the Federal Transit Administration, or FTA, through Section 5311 and 5307 grant programs for the Sun Shuttle Transit System's capital and operating expenses. Therefore, the RTA must comply with these federal requirements. ADOT requires that the RTA's Title VI implementation plan be reviewed and approved by the RTA Board every 2 years. As a state subrecipient of the federal funds, staff has used an FTA compliant plan template that was directly provided by ADOT's Civil Rights Office. This Title VI plan outlines the manner in which the RTA's federally funded transit activities comply with the requirements of Title VI, and how the RTA responds to complaints or allegations of discrimination. This plan contains the procedures for filing a Title VI complaint, as well as a copy of the Title VI complaint form, which is available in both English and Spanish. This plan also includes the RTA's Limited English Proficiency, or LEP plan. The 2024 RTA Title VI plan has already been reviewed and tentatively approved by ADOT's Civil Rights Office, which ensures that this plan is compliant with all federal requirements. I'd like to request the approval of this plan from the RTA Board, so the RTA is in complete compliance with both ADOT and the FTA. Thank you.
Move to approve. Yeah, we have a motion to approve Title VI implementation plan. Got a second from Mayor Honey, so get Mayor Diaz the next time through. So Mayor Winfield made the motion, Mayor Honey made the second. Do we have any comments or conversation on this plan? Mayor Romero.
I just looking at the outreach material and the report. I think it needs Title VI, as it usually has had. I think it's a much better improvement as to what we had before. But at the same time, I still think it needs improvement. I am very conscious about the Title VI because of the goals that we have to abide by it in terms of the federal government regarding Title VI, but also Justice 40 initiatives. And, knowing the needs of not just our current community, but our future community, it's important that we do a better job in terms of outreach and engaging the community, and doing more than just minimal in terms of Spanish speaking outreach. So I think it's, good to go. I think it meets the federal requirements, but still needs addition. Much better than the last time though.
Thank you, Mayor Murphy.
I heard a comment about the template. I'm just curious, for our region, do most of all of our cities and towns use the same template? And is there, in your opinion, a variety of efforts from one town to another? Or are we, in your opinion, are we pretty consistent on how we implement?
Yeah, it's a good question. Typically, we try to align with all regional jurisdictions and MPOs within the state. We work directly again with ADOT Civil Rights Office. They are the entity that provides us with that template that we just populate ourselves. And that's, I believe that template is used. I don't know if it's used for just other MPOs or COGs or if it's for other jurisdictions. But that is the standard template that ADOT Civil Rights Office provides us, which I assume would also be the template that they provide other agencies and jurisdictions.
Thank you. When I attended the last ADOT board meeting, it was on the agenda on there. So I'm glad that we're mirroring what we get from ADOT, because obviously from the feds down to the state, down to us. I was just curious on how the various jurisdictions reflect that as well. Thanks.
Any further comments? All right, so we've been asked, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The chair votes aye as well, it passes unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, we will move on, and Mr. Ellis, looks like you're back up for the approval of intergovernmental agreements.
Crystal, is it okay if I just leave it down here? Okay. Okay, our next item up, our packet of materials that we sent you included 3 IGAs for this month's approval. The first one is associated with the amendment number 11 for transit services with Pima County, provided by the RTA. This is an annual thing that we bring forward to you, renew it, we adjust the numbers, make sure it reflects the latest and greatest, and then plug it in. So this is a cyclical thing that we come back to you each year for. The other two are the association with two new projects with the city of Tucson. One for Valencia from I-19 to Alvernon, what you affectionately hear me call as Valencia Central. The other is for the Harrison Road Bridge project, which is going to be a new bridge over the Pantano. These are both new start projects, IGA initiation efforts. As always, we worked very closely with the department staff on this to make sure we've got all the provisions, necessary elements, and that everything is included in there that's necessary for moving forward delivery. And I'm pleased to bring this forward to you for your approval. Subsequent actions by the elected entities for the respective jurisdictions are anticipated in the month of October. So we're going to be seeing this get turned around awfully quickly. So with that, I can answer any questions or clarify any of the information I presented.
I'll second.
Okay, we're gonna get you, Mayor. Guarantee we're gonna get you on one of those seconds eventually. Got to get
I'll be silent
Mayor
next
Murphy to
time.
slow down. Mayor Winfield made the motion. Mayor Murphy seconded it. Are there any comments before we vote for approval on the IGA 2024-005 through 2024-007? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor? Any opposed? Chair votes aye. We have unanimous approval of that. We're up to item 9, but I'm going to invoke some chair privilege. We're going to address item 10 first. Depending on the outcome of item 10, that may impact the conversation around item 9. Secretary, do you want to set the table for the conversation before anybody?
Mr. Chair, members of the board. As you recall, at the last meeting, a special meeting of the RTA board, you had made some modifications and decided to put the other alternatives on hold for now and continue to discuss only one alternative, which is in your packet, and Jackie was kind enough to put a larger print at your table. So we hope that we can have that conversation, and as Mr. Maxwell just alluded to, be happy to answer any questions that might be related to item 9 as well, but we'll go back to item 9 as needed.
I would like to point out to the members of the board, there were some changes. The ones that we talked about at the last board meeting were also incorporated in this plan. Some other things I'd like you to take note of. We've heard about the fact that we had specific plans and some of the elements, and specifically there were some modernization plans that were included down in the safety element. Those being roadway corridor elements, and the fact that they were modernization and identified, those have been moved up into the roadway corridor element with those, so that it would be more than confusing. Most of these changes, by the way, were made at the recommendation of the executive director with regards to ballot language and what at some point in the future, maybe going to the voters with. But when you had modernization projects listed in 2 different elements, it would beg to question why. So they've all been moved up. So moved about 58 million into that front element. The safety projects are all listed. There may be some clarification as we get closer to talking about, if we vote to put something to the ballot, to get clarification on something that's listed as a specific project. And I knew this was the right one. This one's not the right one. Okay. This everybody, surprised nobody spoke up and said, hey, where are those modernization projects? Here. Pass them around. This is the one that's got those changes for the purpose, and on it, when you see it, you'll have the Choya 29th Mission Road and Queen Circle all in the upper area. When you go to the safety projects, those obviously have been removed. But what I was going to say is there's initiatives and upgrade listed. There's only one straight project listed, and that's the one Pima County Green Valley project. So probably before we go to the ballot, we're going to need to identify exactly what that project is in the safety safety element, so that's gonna be one of the changes. Another change on the plan is that instead of RTO rehabilitation, which was really not with a specific definition, the executive director suggested RTO reconstruction element because we actually have both a legal document that talks about what the reconstruction is. It's more in line with what we're going to do. And as we get to the point of taking in a consideration for the final ballot language, we will have to have a further definition of exactly what that is. We do have a legal ruling on already the fact that it can exist in an RTA initiative. Transit, as you take a look at, has also changed the language. For a while, we were listing it as being City of Tucson operated and non-City of Tucson operated. As the executive director reminded me, on the transit, like the IGA we just approved, that's not a transfer of funds. It's a transfer of authorization to spend, and then the actual costs are what RTA actually pays. So we've changed that language back to, obviously the rapid transit line hasn't changed, but current weekday, evening, weekend transit service, that's all managed by the City of Tucson. Thus it's in their category on the breakdown. And then the additional expansion, which listed inside City of Tucson expansions, now listed as bus frequency, route, and area expansion. And then for the outside, the City of Tucson's management is the current express shuttle, fixed, dial-a-ride, and paratransit. So we basically put the language of what the funding actually does, not focused on who's doing it. And so that's really what we would, when it comes time for the ballot language, that's what we would want to put forward. Other than that, the other changes that were made were the ones we've discussed at the board meeting. So the wildlife linkages has actually been added back in under the environmental element, but at the $25 million category. And we've increased the contingency funding by 25 million. Both the other additional 25 million still exists in the plan as it's presented, but it's in the baseline surplus definition of the funding. And it would become available as revenues came in, should they come in above the pessimistic view, which again, pessimistic view, 80% of the time, the economists expect it to come in above that view. So that's the changes that were made to it. What I'd like everybody to remember as we open up the discussion is what we're talking about today is this plan. Are we comfortable enough with it to put it forward to start collecting community feedback and input? You've seen we've started to get more community feedback and input and follow the audience. There are issues in this plan that some may like. There's issues in this plan some may not like. But what really we need to hear from is from the community, the users. We need to get their input so we can make the final plan that one, we believe has a high probability of success and get their feedback. And then we will come back at a later date to actually have the discussion on what the plan is that we're going to move forward. So enough of me talking. I'd like to open up to the floor if there's any conversation. Supervisor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just with regard to one of your comments right near the end, with the 25 million for environmental, would that require action from the board for it to go back into that element if we get to baseline, or is that something that was assumed? And I'm asking that because we didn't take any formal vote on moving the 25 million from environmental into contingency. We all agreed to the move that you made, but in terms of it going back to go with the comments that you just made, would that require action by the board, or is that something that would automatically happen if we met those baseline revenues?
That's a good question. And that is part of what, after we get feedback on what's in the plan, there's a lot of language that's going to be built into the administrative code that will to identify how we do that. What we've talked about to this point is that the contingency funding would go first. And then it would, or the 50 million of the contingency funding was go first. And at that point, it would start being split between the RTA reconstruction and the contingency funding. Obviously, with the environmental one, it's here as you on the list of kind of priorities as we go down, you'll see it's listed second in that category. But that is all still to be determined is how we make that move. Do we review it every 2 years? Do we review the revenues every 4 years? I've heard people say we should go as late as 5. That is what I'd call the figuring out how we're going to make the sausage. Right now, what we're trying to do is have a plan that's got all the needs and desires in it. And then we put the specifics to that on paper. At some point, when we get to the point where we're comfortable with those, we may also forward those to the community for their input, but we haven't addressed that as making it a hard and fast. I think the executive director, if you got any input on how that administrative code is developed and how early or not it will be in its entirety.
Be happy to, Mr. Chair, members of the board, as you mentioned, the code obviously would have to be updated to match the draft plan. So we've started doing some of the cleanup work in the code, but obviously it does not reference anything that's in this final document. So once the final document is adopted, and it does require an action of the board to adopt the final document, that's where we go back into the administrative code, update anything that needs to be referenced to these elements, the description of the elements, to ensure that the additional information that goes to the public with the educational material for the ballot, we want to have all that information completed, ready to go and approved by the board before it's sent to the elections office. So yes, all of that has to be done between now and before the item gets on the ballot.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Yes, and then we'll go to Mayor Murphy.
So just to be clear, with any move for additional revenues above the pessimistic, that would require action by the board, by a future board, correct?
My opinion on how we've had the discussion is structures, we have made statements already like contingency will be funded first.
Okay.
That was part of the move of contingency out, down. So once we have the language we're going to put in the code, some of it may be almost automatic, but we've got to decide. It still may come back for us for as I've heard the board of supervisors sometimes use this really as more of a yes, we've got to take this vote. We're going to make it. So the board ultimately has responsibility for all the RTA funds, and we can consider that throughout. But we'd like at least the public to know, we've already acknowledged that the city of Tucson's taken a lot of risk by we built basically a plan that's got 2 numbers to it. One's the pessimistic, which is the part of the plan. But we've already what we didn't do last time is define what we do with any funds above the number we put out 20 years ago. That's what we're trying to do here as a way of getting people to see a plan that everybody feels comfortable enough with being beneficial for their communities.
So in terms of responsiveness to what we heard from all of the organizations that are part of the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection, we would say, we want to hear comments during the public review and input. And B, we will need to address possible restoration of those funds either through the administrative code or a vote of a future RTA board.
I will take it a step further. Is what we outlaid by here, and if this is what we're going to do, we have the executive director. I'm assuming will agree. We've got to figure out the language how to write in the administrative code, but we're already laying out with what will happen with the funds between pessimistic and basic. So they are part of our draft plan, but what we voted on is only get a primary number is the pessimistic, so that we're not in a position where you're not going to get to it. There's potential we won't get to anything beyond pessimistic. So that's the reason, Ms. Campbell and others are going to show up and say, hey, we want the 50 million back in. It's still in the plan, but it's not in what we are considering as guaranteed as we can be with the pessimistic view plan. So I believe, Lloyd and Tom, you may want to jump in on this one too. I believe if we've written it, the administrative code this is what will happen to the funds above that come in above baseline. Remember, it's not only if it comes above baseline, it's what if we spent above baseline numbers, then when do we get to considering above baseline numbers next in the program too? Because eventually we always have to keep that bucket at the pessimistic level. But once it's in the administrative code, part of the vote is to follow the administrative code.
That's why I'm not sure that really is any further discretionary vote in the road on it. It should already be part of the plan through the code. So if we did have a vote, it's really ministerial because it's just.
That's the word I was looking
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. Mayor Murphy.
Yeah, and I was just really piggybacking off of that, as it contains both of those. You know, my goal when we talked about policy discussions on the various areas, one of them would be who kicks in, when it kicks in, which then becomes, I would say, automatic, as an administrative function. I think that would be the way to go. So that way there's clarity if these monies become available, that some future board isn't disagreeing or fighting, where it might come in, that if it's clear at the front end, because I remember going to, because one of my concerns is too, you know, in that 25 billion in contingency, we just had the last ADOT board meeting. One of the projects came in at 80% over cost. Yeah, one was 30% over cost. A couple were under a little bit, but you know, we had early discussions about not having enough contingency. We're kind of okay with, because we would know these financial numbers earlier rather than later. But here was these projects that were presented just a couple of weeks ago. And as close as it was, you know, to being current, one was 80% over the estimated cost by the engineer. So, you know, that's, if it ends up staying above the line at 25 million, that would be a concern, you know, that would come near the front end. So we don't, and I think we're in a different position now because we also had our PAG monies available to work towards contingency, but there's a potential a lot of that won't be available either. So I think we would see ourselves in a very precarious predicament if we started getting 35, 50, 80% over cost. But my expectation would be that would be administrative, it would be clear, and the voters would understand it when it would kick in, amongst other policy discussions that we've had. And to clarify, when we say we've had policy discussions, that really, when it gets built into administrative code, then those are administrative code, not policy, right? I mean, I've been calling it policy, but That's correct.
okay, thanks. And that, as Mayor Murphy alluded to, there's a lot of other things that will go into that code that are going to be policy decisions made by this board that will be apparent and open to the public, and they will have their input. That's one of the reasons, to your point on the contingency. That's why when the contingency was moved out of the pessimistic view into the baseline surplus, it was put as the priority at the up front, with the belief that hopefully, as close as you are, it could be too. But you pointed out that in the last 3 years, with the changing costs on construction projects, give the ADOT staff a ton of credit, but they've been learning a lot of lessons on estimating specific jobs. It's quite often something will be, remember, it's statewide.
Yeah.
Quite often the problems we have is rural, where you're talking bidding projects way outside the city. Again, hopefully everything's under our control, be better, but totally agree. Those kind of decisions, because they play a factor in this plan, need to be defined and included in the administrative code. So it's not something that a board 6 years from now can say, oh, no, we're gonna do it. We're gonna undo it. That the RTA that's presented to the voters, which is going to include the administrative code, which is going to be very important, needs to be finalized before we get to the point of considering sending anything to the board. Considering today sending this to the community for their input, and that's why they can provide input on a lot of those other items, but the biggest thing is for them to see the breakdown of the monies, some of the projects that are being proposed, and specifically the roadway elements that are being proposed. Any further comments? But
I wanted to expand on Mayor Murphy's comments a little bit. Contingency is a really big deal. And projects are not going to get any cheaper, whether inflation slows down or not. They're really not going to, wages are not cheaper, materials not cheaper. It's not going to get cheaper. It's going to get more expensive. And the contingency is so valuable. I mean, Marana's doing big projects. Everything we put out there comes in over bid. And sometimes you get 2 or 3 bids and you think, well, one will be competitive, they're all over. And sometimes 25% or 30% over. So that's kind of what we're looking at today. But Mayor Murphy mentioned PAG as like part of the, I do not want the PAG funds, which is a different entity than RTA, even though we're the same people. I don't want PAG to become the contingency fund. Because if it does, then we're in a whole different world here. All of a sudden, we're eating up PAG funding. It's 40 million roughly a year, 40, 45, depending on the year, I guess, but I don't think we can depend on PAG to be the contingency fund, ethically or legally, to be honest with you. And so the contingency has to be there. You know, the wildlife linkages and a lot of that stuff, not our last general plan, but the one before that, Carolyn was on our general plan committee. You know, we had her right there and we kind of looked at it and debated some of this stuff. A lot of the wildlife stuff is built into the plans for new roadways and different things like that, whether the fencing on the roadways or culverts underneath for a lot of the smaller animals to get through and stuff. Is I don't think anybody's trying to do away with wildlife linkages, but if we don't have enough money in contingency to build the project to begin with, they're not going to get cheaper. You've got 2 ways to finish that project. Either the entity building the project is going to pony up more money, or you're going to have to get it somewhere else. And I just think we have to have that there as a safety factor to get the big projects done.
No, absolutely, and both very good points, and I think that's why the decision was made to front load the contingency funding in that area as well. But Mayor Romero.
Thank you, Chair Maxwell. How much did the first RTA include in the environmental element?
I believe it was $100 million. Let me double check. I have the ballot in front of me.
I think
Actually, no, transportation related critical wildlife linkages. I'm sorry, 45 million.
oh, I thought contingency.
Yeah. No, it was $45 million, and that's element number 42.
And that was in total for the 20 years?
45, yes.
Okay. I could see why the environmental community is concerned about, you know, including less certain, like it's 50 million, a little bit more, but it's less certain. I can feel your pain. You know, the city of Tucson is also feeling that pain because we are not for certain receiving the percentage of funds that the city of Tucson produces for the region. But I would like to be able to at least try to put the environmental element before the contingency or up it on the pessimistic side, to do something to at least give some more assurance to the community that we are investing a fair share based on the needs of the environmental community. And my interest is that we move forward with the RTA next plan, knowing that there's a lot of question marks, right? But we want to make sure that the community gives us input on what we have in front of us. I feel even though there is a lot of question marks and even though the city of Tucson is risking a whole lot in this particular plan, I think that it is fair to put it out into the community and get the input we need, because if we don't move the ball forward, we're always going to be stuck in the same conversation. So I feel comfortable with this plan. I feel discomfort, don't get me wrong. I feel some discomfort because I would hope that we would have certainty in both the environmental element and the distribution to the city of Tucson based on the sales taxes that our residents generate. But I really truly feel as though we need to move it towards the public process. And this is closest to what my colleagues on the council, our city manager, transportation and mobility director, feel that is the closest to the fairest option that we have right now. And I say all of that knowing that we are going to have our conversation on the projects still to be completed. There's a lot of questions about RTA 1 projects that need to be completed. And I think that we're not going to solve that issue today because I don't think we received the entire conversation and the entire information we needed. But it could, that conversation, the RTA 1 projects to complete, could play a role in the RTA next and what that plan looks like. So, but for the benefit of continuing the discussion, presenting what we have to the community, I think that this particular plan is the best that I've seen so far.
So I'm gonna go to Mayor Murphy in a second and then Mayor Winfield. I just want to make just one reminder on this. Remember RTA 1, and it's when we reference RTA 1 numbers and other stuff. RTA 1 was built on the baseline projection. It's caused us problems. So we've acknowledged. We voted unanimously as a board to go with a pessimistic view. Could not get everything everybody wanted in there because the pessimistic view had less money. There was still, people wanted more contingency money. People wanted more projects. People want in their region. We fit about as much as we could fit in the pessimistic view. And that's the reason we said, let's imagine, what if it comes in above the pessimistic view? Again, 80% of the time, according to the economists, that's what it should do. Failed us last time. We know that. So we've now built what we call all right, if it does get to the baseline. And inside the baseline project, which was the number we used last time, this time we do have 50 million for environmental. I fully understand those who want to move it up into the front. I fully understand, Mayor Honey, the need for contingency and wanting 100 million up front. We've got 100 million in it. What I feel strongly about is now's the time. We've got the numbers in the whole plan. They may not be below or above the line we want. Now's the time. Let's move it forward at some point because we're going to have to. We have a deadline, and as we saw from the read aheads on the next topic we'll get to, which is talking about how to do the outreach, 6 to 12 months. We're coming up on a deadline, so we've got to get that done. But I don't want anybody to think that this plan, like it sits here today, is what's going to the voters. We've got a long way to get to the point where we're all in agreement on what should go to the voters. But I do think over the last 5 years, CAC, TMC, the last year and a half of our discussions, right now, this may be as close as we're going to get. Let's get the vote, the citizens, the community input, bring it back to us. And at some point, we're going to have to take a stand one way or the other. If people feel strongly that this isn't even close enough, they don't want to move forward, I can respect that and understand that. But at some point, we have to open it up to the citizens at large, and we have to make sure we've got a good system to collect that data. So, Mayor Murphy, so I went on a little rant there. Mayor Murphy and Mayor Winfield.
Because I wasn't here in 06, only our fine mayor to my left was.
When do we decide? Because it goes, I think, to answer some of your questions or mine on contingency. So you have a plan and then you have to phase it, right, over multiple 20 years. So I think some of that would be answered because I'm just making this up. What if in the first 5 years, all of the projects have no environmental linkage connected to it? It just isn't part of the design. Then there's probably a little bit more comfort level that, we can wait. And if they're very expensive projects, but no linkages, then it means probably we need to go with contingency first. So I was just trying to get clarity. Once, if this all gets approved,
do we know when when does the phasing become clear?
Be happy to. Again, as you recall, we had that conversation with the TMC, so we have a preliminary idea of timing, and the ballot requires to identify 4 5-year periods.
Okay.
And so we have to identify that on this draft document sooner than later. But we do have a preliminary idea from the TMC discussion, and we use that information to find out how much debt service we need to identify. So that's important to keep in mind, that the lower the debt service amount is, the later projects would have to keep pushing further out. And when we had that discussion, we really kind of felt that some of those projects still have to push further out. So you'll have a few projects in the first period, second, third, and then most likely most of them in the fourth period if debt service isn't sufficient.
And would that be also, because you were talking about debt service, we'd have an idea once those are carried out over the 5-year increments where maybe contingency is more important or less, or based on the project, the linkages may be more important or maybe less. So when we go, because you're talking about sending this out to, the public, when does that do we go based on the TMC kind of feedback, or do we still have to do work on what we send to the voters as a draft on when these things actually happen?
Yeah, so it depends on what you wish to do, but at this point, like I said, it's preliminary. We can circle back with everyone, make sure that everybody's comfortable with what they had already previously told us. But my main concern again is with the debt service. If the debt service is reduced, we know we have to push a few things out.
Right.
Thanks. Thank you, Mayor Winfield.
Chair, can you just clarify, or Mr. McKinney, on the column of non-RTA funding, there's no PAG funding?
Actually, there is. So, especially on those ADOT projects. So the ADOT projects, through the plan development process, ADOT representatives agreed to identify the PAG dollars that come to PAG for those projects. So anything you see under non-RTA on those ADOT projects, those are PAG dollars. Everything else. Yeah, I would say, yeah, and the sponsor is right next to it. So any of them that says sponsor ADOT / a different entity, most likely the non-RTA portion are PAG allocations. The rest of them are mostly impact fees or local funds that are being contributed by that sponsor. So yes, you have the first one being SR 210, the second SR 210, and then you have Cotero, Tangerine, and I believe those are all the ADOT ones with non-RTA dollars.
Well, for clarification, let's just take the first one. It's almost it's 301, right? $1 million.
Yeah, yep.
You're saying those are PAG?
Those are allocated to PAG and PAG on.
Okay, but those aren't, that's not the 30 million that we're receiving, is it?
No, so yes, so federal.
This is an addition.
This is an addition to that 30 million. Federal funds are allocated to PAG through ADOT, and that's what that pile of money is for.
Well, I don't want to get confused with what PAG monies we're talking about.
But it is still PAG money, and it's allocated by the regional council. But it is a separate pot of money. If
There's
that's
a
what you're
separate pot
asking.
of money.
Yes.
It's designated to ADOT projects.
It's designated to state facilities. So Oracle Road is, for example, eligible any state facility.
And then just for clarification, there's this list of modernization projects. And then on the back, under the baseline surplus, there's arterial reconstruction element. Are those the same thing? Or two different things?
Two different things. So arterial reconstruction was the one that would be used to identify arterial roadways that need to be reconstructed because of their current state of condition. It would also, that's something that we would define better in the more thoroughly in the administrative code, but effectively what we've been discussing on it, and it is absolutely my intent going forward when we add that was curb to curb. So it doesn't require any new design. There's no other requirements. It's literally just instead of doing a surface treatment, you do a 2 or a 4-inch removal and resurface the road in that manner. But it is different from the modernization projects.
It is different.
It is different.
And the bus rapid transit is showing 70 million non-RTA funding.
That would be the federal match that the city of Tucson would be trying to obtain. Because
So that's an additional 70 million, but there's 70 million.
correct, it'd be, RTA would be the match that the city of RTA in this case would put up for the project inside the city of Tucson, and the federal government would be supplying the other 70 if the grant was successful.
I'm going to throw out a proposal for what it's, and I'm going to suggest that the bus rapid transit be moved to the baseline surplus. That 70 million, 50 million go to contingency, 20 million go to the environmental. So the contingency would be brought up to 75 million. Environmental would be brought up to 45. The bus rapid transit would fall in the baseline surplus category.
I would vote against that. Absolutely. I would absolutely vote against that.
Just ask a clarifying question first, just because it may give a little more understanding, but so obviously, I'm just gonna. They're terrible to assume, but I'm assuming some of it is it does require that federal match. Is that one of the reasons you're considering moving? And where would your thought process be in that administrative code as we start to develop it, where that 70 million might rack and stack or be contingent upon obtaining the federal funds?
Well, where my, first of all, I'm not strong on the bus rapid transit.
Me too.
And so there's this, what studies have been done to justify the bus rapid transit? If it were to fall into this baseline surplus, what does that mean in terms of this federal grant? Is it? I don't know that it.
Could we have, I believe that Sam Credio is here with us. Could we have Sam respond to that?
If he can add what the potential impact on the grant application would be, that'd be fine.
Can you come to the mic, Sam, please? And I mean, just for your information, we've had the conversation about the bus rapid transit at PAG. We were ready to apply in August of this year, but because of certain delays by the PAG executive director, we were not able to apply. So right now, the timing of the application process is important because the funds, federal funds, are available to cities like Tucson for transit investment from federal funds. So timing is very important. And if you move anything down to the baseline surplus, you would further delay the possibility of bringing an additional $70 million to our region. So Sam, if you have, and what were your questions again, Mayor?
Well, the question is I don't know that it's necessarily a question, it's a proposal. I'm proposing to move the bus rapid transit to baseline surplus, to take the 50 million to contingency, 20 to environmental. And now there's a question being raised about, how would this impact the applying for the federal grant? I guess some additional questions would be what is the public support for? As my understanding, there was some discussion in the Citizens Advisory Committee. There was not. There wasn't support in CAC for this particular proposal, and I'm just,
Mayor Whitfield, I actually think it's a great conversation piece, and I think it kind of highlights, and I know there's concerns about that issue being in this, and that's why I think it's real important, one, that we go out to the community and try to get some answers. But to answer your questions, first off, sorry, Sam, we may have walked you up there and not let you speak, so I want to give you, is there anything you feel that you just want to add as far as the need to go get the grant? What side of the line, pessimistic line, that hurts or hinders your ability to apply?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
The important thing to note with the local match is that when you are applying for a federal grant, the Federal Transit Administration does want a certain level of confidence from the lead agency that the local match is something that's available if awarded the grant. I think the concern about placing the $70 million below the line would that it's contingent upon those baseline revenues coming to fruition. And my concern would be that the FTA would not consider that as a reasonable local match. And likely the city of Tucson would have to find some other means to support the local match outside of RTA.
Thank you. Mayor Murphy, you want to add?
Well, on this question, because it sounds like, we're talking about a plan that may go in May, may go in November of 2026. So whether it's above the line or below the line, just having it on a document itself that hasn't been voted or approved, that's not I would think from the feds that's not a local match. Because if we put it out there and it gets voted down, there is no money. From that perspective, and maybe to your proposal, because we are looking at going out to the community, that could be, when they're doing the briefings, right?
Mhm.
Here's one idea, right? The importance of contingency and environmental, and bus rapid transit, below, or bus transit above, and environmental and contingency. So maybe that could be included as one of the feedback.
And Mayor Murphy, I think that's really what we're trying to get at when we go forward. I mean, the other option, if you wanted to, and I'm not saying this, I'd recommend this, but the folks that were against bus rapid transit generally were folks who absolutely wanted more transit. They just wanted it spent else differently. And so I know from the CAC, that was a lot of the conversation. So, I mean, there's a lot of ways we could show this. And again, this is just showing it for put it out.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, understand.
I have to cut this conversation completely from the bud, because when there's a $70 million certainty above the line, and the pessimistic would bring down the certainty percentage in terms of what the city of Tucson receives. I would absolutely advocate against this, and I would absolutely vote against it.
And Mayor, so you.
And I believe that my council colleagues would not support it. So you can count me as an absolute no if you move with that.
So you understand that's where I was going. Okay.
You don't have to translate for me. I can say it with my own words.
I'm not, you know
Thank you.
better than
Thank you.
at the time I had the floor. That's all I was commenting on.
This is a ridiculous conversation. I understand there's concerns, but there's no jurisdiction that sits around this table that loses more by jumping into the RTA with you. There is no jurisdiction like the city of Tucson, and for another jurisdiction to say you don't know what you want, Tucson, is insulting.
Anyway.
On this plan, I think we are so far apart with our different entities and stuff here. I've talked with some of my colleagues. I'm not a big supporter of bus rapid transit either, believe me. But if it's part of your plan, I understand that. But I kind of agree with Mayor Winfield. It's something, I'm looking at a $200 million interchange that I hope is in the first phase. Because it benefits so many people, not only the city and the county, but Marana, Cordero. We may need contingency there. And we need that stuff to get the programs moving forward. I think even a lot of the grants on the bus rapid transit, a lot of it's going to depend on November. Some of those funds aren't going to be there, or they are going to be there depending on who's running the feds. And we are getting to the point, I'm almost where Rahina is. If contingency goes away to put bus rapid transit, I might be a no. You know, and I'm trying to figure out how we get to yes, but I just think we're talking around in circles here and walking on eggshells.
I think you're right. So Mayor Hoyt, we take the floor real quick because it's time to have the conversation. What I'm hearing right now is I've got no's if bus rapid transit's in, I've got no's if bus rapid transit's out. We haven't gone to the community yet and asked. It's $70 million out of a $2.45 billion program. And I agree, Mayor Tony, you've got a huge project out there. You know how both Cortero, TI, Tangerine Tide, those are huge projects that will impact the entire region, and Missouri Valley on a daily resident, especially if I'm heading north. Those are huge projects. I truly believe this is as close as we're going to get, or we're going to argue about this for the next 2 years, and we won't get there. My question that many of you know of, I've asked, is RTA 1, the first RTA, has it been a success and has it been good for our community? So far, I haven't heard anybody tell me no. What we're trying to do now is go out and obtain that input from the community. We're 9 individuals around this table, 7 of which are here today. We've worked 5 years with the community, with the Citizens Advisory Committee, with the Technical Management Committee. The Technical Management Committee was really, really close. And I bet if this plan went back in front of them, they may be a lot closer than we think now on it. But at some point, we've got to go to the community and see what they want. Mayor Winfield completely agreed. There's a lot of folks out there that don't like bus rapid transit. And a lot of them, I think, inside the city who are huge transit advocates may want to change it, but we haven't asked them yet. We've done it through the CAC, which was 35, 36 individuals. So yes, this is the chair's push that at some point we either table the RTA next and we move on. But there's no golden BB coming and saving us. This community's regional transportation system will not continue to move forward without an RTA next regional funding. You look at Maricopa, you look at the last 20 years, 40 years, you just watch the growth. Not that we want to be Maricopa, because I don't. That's why I live down here. But the ability to support regional transportation is significant. And there's regions inside of our community that can't or will probably be unable to do anything on their own. So probably the last comment I'm going to make on this topic, if we get to a vote or not, I've got Mayor Winfield in line. I've seen Mayor Romero. Mayor Murphy wants to get in line. Anybody want to?
I just want to stay in line.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, Mayor Winfield.
But I'm not saying remove it. I'm not saying let's not have a discussion about it. I do think it's important in terms of when we go out to the community, at least for me, to represent, at least for, again, speaking for the town of Oro Valley, what the priority is. And I think we've learned lessons from RTA, which certainly has benefited the town of Oro Valley. We've learned lessons that I don't think is reflected in what we're taking out to the community in terms of contingency. So again, I'm not saying remove it. I'm not saying don't have the discussion. If that's what the community, if they come in with a hard yes, well then, we make adjustments.
Great, thank you.
I don't think we're going to hear that.
Okay. And Mayor Romero, then Mayor Murphy.
Mayor Winfield, with all due respect, the city of Tucson or I cannot tell you not to invest in Lambert Drive, Dormidale to Rancho, Sonora. I cannot tell you that because you go to your community, you know what they want, you know what you and your council need. How would you feel if today I would suggest that we remove that, we put it over to the baseline surplus, and then take that $50 million and put it into wildlife linkages and contingency? I don't think you would like it, would you? This conversation has been had. We have engaged our community through Move Tucson. We have engaged our mayor and council. We've engaged the CAC. We've engaged the TMC. We repeatedly, as a city, said bus rapid transit is important to us. For me to show up today to be given this new pair of information, I don't know what you have against bus rapid transit, sir. But the RTA one had high capacity transit in it. And because of that, we were able to receive federal funds, one of the highest Tiger grants this region has ever seen. And we were able to build the streetcar. And the economic development based on us, the city of Tucson, and the RTA building the streetcar has equaled about $4 billion. So yes, I'm going to get mad if this is showered upon me as I come into this meeting, never expecting this. I'm sorry, sir, if you don't like it. If you would want, we could do a presentation of what bus rapid transit has done for other communities and what it can do for ours in an area of our city that needs revitalization, that needs investment and development. It is an economic development tool, as we have seen with the investment of the RTA into the streetcar. You go to Oro Valley and ask your residents what they want, and I see it reflected here. I'm pretty sure these are your priorities, the priorities of your citizens, the priorities of your council colleagues. It's the same thing with the bus rapid transit. Those are our priorities. The second point, if you would remove the certainty of having the $70 million above the line in the pessimistic side, then you would further reduce the percentage of certainty in terms of investment to the citizens of Tucson. That's why it's an absolute hard no on our end.
Mayor Murphy.
Well, I think that's the discussion that, we're looking at with Chair's leadership to get to the voters, because at the end of the day, I've always felt it doesn't matter what the 9 of us necessarily think. It's what the voters say. And if they come back as a region, it's a regional plan, and say, either they want contingency or they don't want bus rapid transit, or they do want bus rapid transit, as well as the whole plan, right? It has to pass. 100% of zero is still zero. So that's the difficult conversation that I know Chair is trying to get to on asking what the voters want, and including in my area, which probably won't support it. But we have something that comes back, and then we have the difficult conversation on whether we send it to the voters as reflective of what we're hearing from the residents at the end of the day. So really, it's a choice of having that really, really difficult conversation now without hearing from the voters, or having that difficult conversation after we've heard from the voters. That's the baseline of it.
Thank you, Murphy. Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. So just to go back, the CAC forwarded 2 draft plans to us. We asked the TMC to take a look at that. There were some further modifications made. When we really started to make some progress was when staff from Pima County and staff from the town of Sahuarita got together and embellished that plan even further. And then you stepped forward, Mr. Chair, and did a yeoman's job of making sure that you understood the concerns and the needs of every jurisdiction. And I think what we heard on September 5th, the last time we were here, was that all of us were feeling pretty good about that plan. We were feeling so good about it that we tabled everything else and agreed to just talk about this. Now, in the interim, the Board of Supervisors had Chair Maxwell come in and do a presentation for us. And at that time, I told my colleagues on the board, after talking with the county administrator and the other people that I consult with, that the county felt comfortable moving this plan as drafted into the public review period. So having said all that, I'm going to go ahead and make the motion that we move this plan as drafted into the public review period.
I'm gonna second that motion.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got further discussion.
Oh, I got
No, 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 I'm coming to you. You're on my, you're next in line, Mayor, and that's absolutely true. So we have just so we're the record, we have a motion and a second that the plan as it currently resides gets moved forward for community input. We go to the community input phase. Mayor Honey.
Well, I mean, you know, it's kind of like we're given an ultimatum by Mayor Romero. I can give you one too. If anybody on this board walks this plan, we're done. Because if we're not 100% on board, we're not going to make it work. I'm not 100% on board. And I talk to my council at least once a week, every member. And I just think that we start wasting our time. If we put a plan out there, I'll tell you right now, if this plan was approved to go to the ballot, I'm telling my people to vote no, right up front. And I think there are other mayors here that will do the same thing. So I think we're starting with a plan that's not close enough to where we want to get to pass the ballot. And it's kind of like, you know, I don't want to be a jerk, but I can do Portillo on my own. But I want to be part of this group. But Marana has enough retail and enough pool, I think we could do the program on our own. And we want to work together. And I just think we're getting, we are not even close. And getting out and talking to people, and I'll tell you, I was involved with the early plan. And if we hadn't had the contingency in the early plan, we'd have really been in trouble. Because we had the big depression and we had to put money in, and then we had to give all the PAG money and everything else to even make the plan work. I've been involved in that stuff and I've seen it work. And I think there's things here we can have community discussion. There'll be 2 meetings in Marana, 2 in Oil Valley, 2 in Sarita, maybe 1 in South Tucson, 2 or 3 in the county, but 90% of them are going to be in the city. I mean, that's where the places are that you can get groups together. And I just think it's not a good thing to move something forward if some of us are uncomfortable with what we're moving. And that's the end of my conversation.
Good point. And I understand that. First off, the executive director, can you tell how much contingency money was in RTA one?
RTA one, within the projects initially.
Not within the project, sir. I'm asking how much contingency money, separate line contingency money was in RTA
There
one.
was not a separate line.
Understand. Here's my point. We are incorporating things we learned from RTA, and contingency money, Mayor, is absolutely a huge thing. It's one of the reasons it's in the baseline. We've got 100. There's been a lot of groups that have come to us and tried to get us off our pessimistic view and said, hey, you need to go baseline. And you need to go baseline because there's just not enough money to make it. That's what we did in RTA one. And we had 0 money in the contingency line. Baseline on this plan has $100 million in contingency. It's not upfront. It's not guaranteed. Nothing's
RTA one was built into all the projects.
they're built into all these projects. All these projects have contingency built in as well. So it's all built in. Okay, so I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just trying to point out that it's here because you are right. We are at a point. You're feeling that you're being held hostage, and I guarantee everybody else is feeling they're being held hostage by the contingency right now. And if we aren't the point that we're going to, and we haven't called the vote, and I'm not close to calling the vote yet in this discussion. If we're out there, we can't get there, so be it. I'm just telling you my fear for the community is that we're going to go down a path that we're not going to ever get there and get either sufficient input from the community and find out what the community really wants, or B, we're going to run out of time. I think we've worked incredibly hard at this. One municipality set some pipelines of what their minimums were. Based on, remember at one point, they were talking only about how much money's coming in from the different communities when we collect RTA funds. We've got there, and that's the problem. I can see moving bus rapid transit's going to be a big issue. It's going to continue to be a discussion. Mayor Romero's right. The city of Tucson wants it. Now we've got to go out and see if the community as a whole at large, we'll ask those questions. To your point, having the alternatives is something that I think we can all frame as we go through when we talk about with the community and see what they like. But if we don't go talk to them, we'll never find out. 70 million, if we were to move it as proposed, as you mentioned for discussion, Mayor Winfield, if we move that below the line, we go way back to about a number that never even met that minimum baseline of what the city was even willing to consider. And what it's important, and I'm probably going to give the city more reason to say, go, they do collect a lot of the sales tax in this region. They will continue to collect a lot of the sales tax in this region. And the amount of projects that are in what I'd call their priority list, not just in the city of Tucson, but in their priority list, is probably significantly below that number. And so we all have to, I've always said from the beginning, we will never have a plan we all love. There's always going to be something in it. I guarantee not everybody that voted for RTA 1, including, I think, the town of Marana, thought the streetcar was a great idea. It was compromise. And that's what we've got to find. It again, I know there's some folks. I understand putting something forward you can't live with is a dangerous game to play. But right now, I already think we're playing a dangerous game. We're getting up a point where we're looking at the potential not to have RTA funding a year and a half from now. And 78% of the long-range transportation funding from states going to just preservation. There's not going to be any room for expansion. Our regions are growing. Marana's booming. Vail, unincorporated Pima County, the east side is booming. People are going to come to our community. We're going to have need for expansion. We're going to have need for road improvements. And it's just not going to be that easy. So that's my only thought for consideration as we go forward.
And I think what the reason for some, the contingency was so important is because, but I think it's left out. Yes, it was built into the projects. It wasn't a line item, but I think it was very, how much of the 40 million PAG money, you know, there's the separation between that, but of the 40 million that we usually get, right, amongst all of us to complete RTA 1, how much money has been swept? I call that contingency basically, but how much has been swept or would be swept? Sure.
So we have that information under the next item. It's in your packet as well. So I believe to date, it's $280 million of supplemental funds have been provided to complete RTA projects. Out of that, I believe 230 million was PAG funds.
How much was spent?
230 million PAG, and then the balance.
Yes, that big a contingency?
No, not contingency. How much PAG funds have been used? How much PAG funds have?
That's what I said. We're using PAG as the contingency.
Right. And that's I think where some of the sensitivity is that to try to learn from lessons, you know, from before that, I don't think it's going to get cheaper or easier or better, but I think that's why there's such a sensitivity among some on having that, because basically the PAG sweeps was the unintended contingency that we didn't have as a.
So let me reframe the question to the board. So we don't move this forward now. What's the recommended next steps? How are we going to get to a point where we can't? I mean, there's been a long time put in to get to where we are now. And again, is it perfect? No. I've said from the beginning, it will never be perfect. But if we don't keep the process moving, we're eventually going to run out of time. And what I have not heard is what are the next steps to get to a solution to keep RTA funding alive? Now, if you truly believe we don't need regional funding, that's a different story. But I've not heard that from anybody actually yet. I think everybody says we have a need for regional funding, but what would the next steps be? That's the question.
Mr. Chair, thank you for saying what you just did. Because the reason I made the motion to move this draft plan forward just to public review that this may not be the plan that we put on the ballot is because we've been working at this for 5 years. 5 years, right? And it's 6 years. The previous RTA board put a sunset on CAC because they thought they'd be done by then. And we had to appoint new members because that sunset was unrealistic. I think the more time that we take, it's looking, I think, to people in the public, certainly in the business community, that we're not just kicking cans down the road, we're kicking barrels down the road. And what I keep hearing is, why is it taking so long for you to get to agreement? And all we're talking about with this motion is to take something that was the closest thing that we could get to agreement out to the public to get their input, and then come back and frame further dialogue around the input that we get from them. But if after today, we can't even do that, then I think we're sending a message to the community at large that it isn't that important. I think all the delays that we have make it harder to pass whatever package finally goes to the ballot, because the growing perception is, well, if you're taking this long, how important is it really? And it is extraordinarily important to all of us. And I will say again, it's especially important to the 34% of our population that lives in unincorporated Pima County, because they don't have the same capacity to move forward that all the rest of you do. So let's just take this out to the public, see what they say, come back after we get their input, and move forward. But we can't just continue to keep pushing things forward. It's unrealistic, and I think it's unfair to the community that is expecting us to make some decisions.
And I truly believe, I want to just add that, I truly believe that the discussions we have around this table are the issues that are going to be talked about a lot at the community outreach. That's what we're going to find out. The contingency is absolutely a huge thing. I don't hope nobody thinks I'm downplaying that at all. But here's where the challenge is. No matter how much money we put in contingency, if we're running into problems, it's going to be gone, and then it's gone. So we tried to get stuff in a pessimistic view. That's what we want, and that's what we've done in the contingency, or in the baseline, is put the things we need. And one of the things we needed was to, yes, ensure we had contingency, and then also to ensure that the city of Tucson felt comfortable with the plan going forward. So those are the facts. So Mayor Honey.
One comment on contingency. PAG was the contingency in RTA 1. Nobody here is going to argue with that. $218 million. I don't want PAG to be the contingency in RTA next. And with what we're talking about, it will be. And so, I mean, we can, what's the connotations of verbiage? We didn't technically have a contingency. Yes, we used PAG as a contingency. And we used a huge portion of PAG over those years to facilitate what we needed to do as a contingency for the city, for Marana, for a lot of us. I mean, we all used it. And, if we set up the plan to where it's going to end up having to be the contingency, and we're going to be talking later about PAG for some funding for some other projects, there's only so much money there. So Mr. Chairman, I would ask for a roll call vote. I just want to be.
I want to make sure everybody else, if anybody else has anything to say, gets that opportunity, then I will call the vote. And there's even more in the administrative code that we've never even addressed. We've talked about a lot of how do we put flexibility into this plan. Do we need to take a 5-year review of the plan, a 10-year review of the plan? Because to your point, Mayor Honey, if we run out of the contingency where your options are come back to the PAG, or which has had the in RTA one. We moved money out of other elements to do roadways. We've done this basically a lot of things that we thought we could, and we were in that position. So I do think there's more further conversation of how maybe we can offer things. Then I'm going to go Mayor Romero, then Mayor Murphy, and then unless anybody else. Mayor Winfield, you want any more comments? Mayor Diaz, do you want to get in line? Okay.
I just wanted to repeat what Supervisor Scott just said. It's taken us 5 years, 6, 7 to some of you, those that sit on the TMC and CAC. And September 5th, the same plan was presented. We all felt comfortable enough to unanimously get rid of all of the other plans. What changed from September 5th to today? What changed? I'm not processing. Because the jurisdiction that takes the biggest risk, even in this plan, which is a little bit more fair, is the city of Tucson. And again, we're doing it for the benefit of the region and to be able to continue in possible RTA. So I don't know what changed or what was told to you that you're back to square one, which was 4 or 5 years ago. I don't understand. And just to further muddy the water here, and I know we're going to have a conversation about RTA 1 projects and the cost to complete for them. We will have to continue that conversation while we put this plan to the public so that they can give us input and feedback. RTA 1 projects, there's plenty of them that still need to be completed. And I'm going to be very, very clear. The city of Tucson believes that there should be a solid strategy to pay for RTA 1 projects. Because the city of Tucson will not pick up the cost of RTA 1 projects as we move into the future. So the possibility of changing this plan that we're moving forward and putting in front of the voter, of the public, could change. It could change. We've already put 4 projects from RTA 1 into the RTA next. We might have to add more in order to deliver to the voters what the RTA board, this RTA board, granted, there were different people in it, told the voters they were going to deliver. So this plan might change further. And I just wanted to make clear that there's still a big conversation to be had about completing RTA 1 projects, and that the city of Tucson believes that the RTA is solely responsible for funding all of the projects that we told, that the RTA board told voters they were going to fund. So I hate to add additional muddying of the water, but it has to be said on the record so the public and my colleagues on this board understand that what we're putting in front of people just to give us input might really change, might really change as we move into the future. So
I agree
want to-
100% with Marilyn. She's making my point.
I just want to say, let's continue moving the barrel so that we continue finding solutions for whatever is coming next.
Mayor Murphy, then back to Mayor Mayor Honey.
And I've struggled, because I've been pretty consistent that I did want to hear from the voters, on the plan. But I also want on the record that if it doesn't address some of the concerns that you're hearing, one, we're not going to have a unanimous vote, and I might be one of those negative votes, after hearing from the people. And that's the part I struggle with. Is the draft clean enough, ready enough, to go to the voters against that At the end of the day, they're the only vote that counts, you know, no matter what we do. Whether we go unanimous to the voters, we go split to the voters. It's the voters that are gonna decide, what they're gonna pass and what they're not gonna pass. And, you know, having, I guess, learning what their feedback is gonna be, because we're gonna have another difficult discussion, as we just heard, on who should pay, you know, for the completion of RTA one. Or is part of that solution moving some things into RTA next? And if it is, well, what comes off, right? Because there's only so much money to do it, and where does it come off from? So, you know, I guess my gut's always been telling me to at least hear from the voters. And I will probably begrudgingly supporting it. But being on the record that if some of these things aren't addressed, it's not my final vote. Thank you.
Mayor Honey.
We've had this discussion, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, we have.
Mayor Romero made my point. We're not enemies, we disagree. But the thing is, she says they're not gonna pay for the 11 projects, but they have to be done. And possibly they might all have to be moved into RTA next, or a large percentage of them. And we're kind of getting to a point, we go out and start talking to the voters. I can tell you, and there's a couple radio personalities, some you don't like and sometimes I don't like, but they're gonna talk about this. And they're gonna talk to people that listen, and they're gonna say, well, you didn't finish RTA one. Why are you talking about RTA next? And you got upset with me, Mr. Chairman, but it's fact. And Mayor Romero made the point, you know, we're gonna go out and talk to the voters. And they're gonna say, well, okay, you know, there's things I don't like in this RTA next plan. What are you gonna do with the stuff in RTA one, of which I have a project as well that didn't get done? And so does the county. And, you know, what kind of answers are we going to give? I just think we're not at a place where we can give those answers. I mean, if somebody has an answer to that, I'd certainly love to hear it. And we've talked about contingency, which the way that if the plan went like some people would like, is going to be PAG for RTA next. And then we're going to talk about PAG being financing for projects of RTA one. There's only so much PAG money. You can't do all of that stuff with it. And I just think we're so convoluted as to where we are. I'm going to vote against moving it forward. I may be the only one. I just think we got way too many questions to answer.
And Mayor Honey, for the record, I didn't get angry at you. I never get angry at you. Okay, a couple times, but I'm listening to this conversation and it's going back to why I think it's important to move it forward. One, I guarantee this is not going to be the final plan. It's not going to be the plan that's going to go to the voters. I also know we have a deadline. We have a deadline, and that deadline's coming fast. To the RTA one conversation, we may never get to the PAG meeting. The RTA one conversation is going to be difficult for a lot of reasons. You're outlaying them, but we're muddying the water of RTA one or continued RTA funding and plans with the next set. If we don't have an RTA next, my opinion, and it's only my opinion, it will be way more difficult to complete the RTA one projects. And that's because everything we've got in this plan has no funding stream in sight. If we don't have regional transportation funding here, it's going to be very difficult. And for us to now try to get to the perfect plan or to get all the priorities when we haven't yet heard from the community and the voters, ultimately, I think is where we're mistaken. I don't expect this means that the RTA is any closer. The radio personalities, you know, we both talk to a lot of those folks, and they're already talking about it. It's not going to go away. They talk about it every meeting we have. They criticize what we decided the last meeting. Well, let's put it out and see how well they can all energize people to come out and to give the message, and let's receive that message. And Mayor Honey, on the concern, it's one of the things that I think the conversation how we do this outreach plan is going to be critical. Because if there's 2 in Marana, 2 in Oro Valley, 2 in Sarita, and 99 in the city of Tucson, then that's not an equitable gathering of information. We need to go out and get as many of the communities as we can. All the communities are going to have different takes, and there's going to be advocates and there's going to be citizens. And we've done a pretty good job of getting this conversation in the news and the headlines, and it'll come back. So that is why I am going to be in favor of trying to move this one forward. Mayor Honey.
One more comment. People have made statements, we're probably gonna need a 9-0 vote to move RTA next forward, and it's still gonna be tough. There's no guarantees. I'll give you an aside. I sat next to Kate Gallegos at the League of Cities Board of Directors meeting, and she said, Mayor, I don't think ours is gonna pass up here. She's really worried about it. And she's a pretty smart lady. She runs the 5th biggest city in the country. Yeah, these plans don't go through, and I think we're so far away from 9-0. And like Mayor Romero said, if I can't get funding for those projects, I'm gonna look at pushing them into RTA next. Well, then we gotta go back and change it again. We take all of the stuff for the environmental community out, we still wouldn't have enough money if we push them all forward. It's just, there's so many unanswered questions. I'm not a naysayer. You know, look at my community, we're doing pretty well, and we really push forward. But I think we are so far from an equitable solution here that it's not fun. Sorry.
Mayor Winfield.
I wasn't gonna bring up RTA one, and in some ways, Chair, I was hoping that you would actually bring that one forward before we had this discussion.
That's why I moved it, Mayor Winfield. That's why I made sure that this one came first.
But I'm in agreement with Mayor Romero and at least I think what I heard and Mayor Honey, and that because there are so many unknowns, and if RTA Next is the vehicle to address some of the funding issues with, then I think this is premature, because I don't think it's fair to the public to take something to them which could be changed so substantially, and then they say, well, so I think it's premature. And I know that's frustrating for all the comments that have been made to this, but it's frustrating for me. But
Absolutely. Mayor Winfield, I agree and completely understand that. I think with the deadline and timelines that we've got, we will not be at a full solution in RTA one in time to then take any action on that. We're going to have to do these simultaneously. Right now, RTA Next is sucking a lot of the air out of the conversation. At some point, we have to go to the public. The plans that were presented, and we may or may not talk about after this, by the executive director, showed anywhere from a 6 to a 12-month timeline. Okay, we are there. So at this point, I'm going to call the vote, and the vote is to move the plan as depicted to the public for their outreach and engagement. That's sufficient?
Yes, sir.
All right. At that time, it's been requested that it be a roll call vote. Okay, so can you please call the vote?
Mayor Ed Honey,
No.
Mayor Tom Murphy,
Yes.
Mayor Paul Diaz,
Yes.
General Ted Maxwell,
Yes.
Mayor Joe Winfield,
no,
Mayor Regina Romero,
Yes.
and Supervisor Rex Scott.
Yes.
All right, by a 5-2 vote, with this, it passes to begin the public outreach. So at that point, we will go to plan to item 9. I don't know how much conversation or how you want to address it and keep it going, because we obviously are taking some time. And first off, thank you everybody for the discussion. Thank you. Thank you for the conversation. They're going to continue. I think we all have the same desires at the end. We may not see the plan, and RTA 1 is going to be a huge piece of that discussion. So I in no way wanted to minimize it, and I appreciate that we're going to move forward and start hearing from the community in a fair and equitable way, so all communities have input to what they like and what they don't like about the plan.
So, Mr. Chair, Patrick McNamara is gonna give us a quick overview, but the highlight of the conversation obviously would be, and you touched on it, is the time needed for this engagement opportunity. So for the sake of making sure that I put that at least on the top of your list of things to talk about is deadline. If we want to go for the May election, that is December of 2024. If we want to go for a November election, deadline is May of 2025. So December, 2 months, if we want to go for the May election. But I just want to make sure you make a note of that. And then Patrick, please go ahead and provide the
Pardon me,
overview.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, when you note the deadline for a May election is December of this year, a deadline for November 2025 is May of next year. That's because of the statutory requirement in terms of when the Board of Supervisors needs to put it on the ballot.
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Maxwell, member of the board. So we have a presentation today on a brief overview, RTA Next public outreach, and I can answer any questions afterwards. So this slide has a summary of the engagement that has been done by PAG staff since 2018, which was when the CAC began conversation about development of RTA Next. So here's a timeline for a potential May 2025 election that provides a brief public outreach period, because in order to have a plan and sales tax on the May ballot, the County Board of Supervisors would need to take action in December. The outreach schedule is compressed from late October through November 22nd to provide public feedback to the RTA Board by early December. Additional outreach plan details are in the strategic outreach plan, which is in your meeting packet today. This slide is a timeline for a potential November 2025 election, which provides a longer public outreach period from late October to January versus about 4 weeks for a May 2025 election. This schedule also allows for more time to reach out to stakeholder groups and underserved communities across the region to gather their input. Outreach on this schedule is more aligned with the level of outreach conducted prior to the 2006 plan going to the ballot. In 2005, outreach began, for example, in July and concluded in October. Again, there's also additional information on this in the background material. Overall, since the RTA plan is a subset of RMAP, we will use PAG's federally required public involvement policy as our guide for outreach to ensure we are following federal laws, regulations, and including Title VI. In addition to relying on our own research and data to meet federal requirements, we will invite public information officers from our member jurisdictions to help identify and connect with disadvantaged communities within your respective communities and ensure equity in our outreach efforts. PAG staff has already conducted stakeholder mapping to identify community characteristics such as limited English proficiency, persons with disabilities, low-income residents, and populations over 64 years old. We will also use EPA environmental justice screening tools, PAG Title VI maps, and the US DOT Equitable Transportation Community Explorer tool to assist with coordinating meeting locations for targeted stakeholders and underserved communities for outreach. Again, once the plan is approved for ballot placement, we will continue to educate the public and our stakeholders on the benefits of the plan and respond to any remaining questions to clarify and address concerns. This image shows the various communication channels that we have available to connect with the public during the outreach and educational phases. That concludes. Can answer any questions.
Chair, again, if I may, as Patrick mentioned, we've been very successful and fortunate too, that a lot of folks already are interested. They have been asking for us to attend meetings and provide updates. And as he mentioned, we've already reached over 5,000 folks that have been providing feedback throughout this process. Most of them provided feedback through meetings, obviously, but sort of demonstrates that there's already some interest in the community to continue the conversation. And we're going to rely on those same stakeholders to help us get the word out as well.
Mr. Chair.
Murphy.
Well, obviously watching the deadlines, I personally, I know we've had these conversations, I think would be insane to go for May 2025. You know, May of 25, November of 25, obviously looks much more doable. I'm not sure when we have to make that. Is it today we have to make that decision? I imagine it is if we're looking at 2 months from now.
Mr. Chair, if I may, again, that was the intent, to give us the direction so we can start rolling out the outreach opportunities. So we need to know which date you want to shoot for.
To Mayor Murphy's comment and the guidance, I did not know if we'd be addressing the specific date. I do agree with you on looking at this plan, and I've probably been privately saying to people that I think November is probably the more realistic one, particularly with regards to what we just went through.
Right.
The RTA 1 conversation is going to impact it. The feedback's going to impact it. The other thing I do like about taking a longer period of time is it gives us an opportunity to get a mid-course update at some point to see what the feedback is, what they're hearing. We will know more about RTA 1 and its impact, if any, is going to have on RTA next, because this is going to take time. I mean, today's vote, why I'm grateful we're pushing it forward. This thing's far from it. It's still loose jello, almost maybe a little liquid. So I do agree with you on that one, Mayor Murphy, but I'd love to hear other comments and to include if we just want to say it's not happening in May. So Mayor Winfield and Supervisor Scott.
I'm just in agreement. I think May is too early, November. So.
Supervisor Scott, Mayor Romero.
I've been telling people all along that we were going to do it in May. And if we change our mind today, I think, again, it's sending mixed signals to the community. We voted unanimously to do May of 2025. And if we change our mind today, then we are pushing all of our chips into the center of the table and banking on a November election where there's no second chance. And now, if we do it in May, then and we learn some, and it goes down and we learn some lessons, then we can go back in November. But I realized that the last conversation brought in some concerns and some factors that I didn't know until I walked into this room today. So I'm interested in having the conversation, but I think we're taking an extraordinary risk if we say today we're doing November, because that means it's all or nothing. And I remain very concerned about that.
Great point. Mayor Romero, you'll be next. I just want to clarify a couple of things with the executive director on funds. I believe at the last board meeting, you told us that we could go back in May of 2026, whether we go in May of 25 or November of 25. Is that still your position?
Well, obviously, yes, you have that prerogative to go in May. So if I want to clarify what your intent from the question was that when does the new tax becomes effective? If we go in May of 25, the tax becomes effective April of 26. If we go in November of 25, the tax becomes effective April of 26. So from that perspective, that risk is not there. But your intent was that if we want a second bite at the apple, when is the next opportunity? That next opportunity would be either March or May of 26, but it will impact your revenue collection.
Correct. So if we go in May of May of 26 or March of 26 or May of 26.
So the-
When does the tax then begin?
So that's the question we have to raise for the Department of Revenue. If we go in March, April 26, it becomes effective, but they only have 30 days to turn the switch on.
What about if the opportunity to go in August of 25?
Say April of 20, April of 26.
So that is an option.
Of course, yes.
That's because I thought we did not have that. in
Yeah,
August
so
of
we've
25.
coordinated with the election office and the election office was,
All right,
but again, you gotta work 6 months back from August. So
understand.
minimum is 6 months.
So we do have options other than May, November, or the following May. We've got some options there. Mayor O'Meara.
Mr. Chair, I have concerns in terms of how we present our RTA next plan to the community. With the full transparency of what Mayor Winfield, in which I agree, I know where he's coming from, Mayor Honey as well, in terms of how we present the RTA next plan to voters. Being fully transparent to say there's still a conversation happening regarding RTA 1, and that conversation will also help us shape the RTA next picture for them. I think we need to be very, very clear with our communities to be able to answer those questions, right? That you say if they ask us. So that's my first point. My second point is I want to make sure that the public engagement, the community engagement is really created to make sure that we have diversity in who's answering, whether it's surveys or town halls or virtual meetings or social media, so that people of all ages can participate. I really was very concerned, and I know that others, both from the city, from the county, and other jurisdictions were concerned about the results and the demographics that were shown to us by PAG staff in terms of RMAP. The demographics included very few people 20 or younger, even 21 to 35. The vast majority of people were ages 50 and over. And the racial demographics was overwhelmingly white, not representative. For example, of more than 4,300 surveys, only 33 were American Indian, only 55 were African American, and very few Hispanic representation. Our outreach should be able to show the diversity of what our cities and towns look like. And then, of course, for a 20-year plan, I would hope that we would have in mind people 35 and under, because they're the ones they're the future taxpayers, right? They're the ones that are going to use the infrastructure that we build now for them. And so I would be very interested in knowing how that is going to happen, and if the PAG RTA staff cannot reach those goals, I would really be interested in doing a third party, an organization that could help lead that effort for engagement. The city of Tucson has had to do that because we want to make sure that people in all of our community is well represented. So I would say, has the RTA or PAG hired someone to do this public outreach already? That's a question.
So, Mr. Chair, again, I'll go back in 2018, when the board started the process, they authorized us to do several different engagement opportunities. We have utilized the consultant to assist with some of the materials we already have on RTA Next. Our staff, as Patrick just mentioned, there are tools that we use that we are going to follow. Obviously, especially since we just did the RMAP outreach, we're going to try to identify areas that we can do additional outreach in. And that's the process, ongoing process to identify, because when we put that information out there and ask individuals to file their volunteer form, in many cases, almost, I believe, I don't remember the number, but I believe almost 30% didn't respond. So you already have 30% that didn't respond. And then the balance that responded, then we can go back and analyze that data and identify where we can do additional outreach. And we are doing that as part of the RMAP. But all that information would actually help RTA Next as well. So with RTA Next, to answer your question, we haven't done anything until we get a final draft. So now that process begins. And I anticipate utilizing the same consultant again to help us with some of the materials, some of the exhibits. But the core of the process would be what Patrick just described, various channels, various tools, and then analyzing the feedback as it comes back, and then identifying where the gaps are in the outreach, and then put more emphasis on where the gaps are.
Have you hired someone to do that outreach already?
Not for RTA Next.
Okay, and who is the consultant that you said was gonna help you with this?
We have two consultants. One, the one that's helping with the cost estimating, and they can develop exhibits for us. So that's HDR. And then we have a consultant who helped us with some of the marketing materials, and that's Javelina.
Mhm. And so what are the plans to do outreach for RTA Next?
That's what Patrick just described. So during that time, we have a handout as well, outlines the number of meetings, the channels we're going to use, and then identify where we need to put additional efforts. You want to put that graph back up again, please?
Are we thinking of hiring an organization to do public outreach for this, or is that something that we give direction on, or what would be the process, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, my recommendation is that we already have the process moving forward. We have staff, we have the tools, we have the consultants that can provide additional support. So I don't think we need additional resources, but so those are all the channels, all the opportunities. But going back to what Patrick said, we have tools to analyze as the information comes in where we need to put additional effort.
Who did the RMAP survey and outreach?
That was done by, well, we did it in-house, but that was done using a survey tool. And the name escapes me. Anyway, remembers the name of the tool? MetroQuest.
And that was done internally?
MetroQuest is, no, that's a.
No, the RMAP surveying and public outreach.
MetroQuest is a consultant who provided the tool for us, and we provided the additional outreach ourselves.
Was it only surveys for the RMAP, or was it?
Just a survey, and basically the advertising, the promotion, the marketing, all of that was done in-house.
Because it was a really, really bad result. It does not reflect the demographics of our entire region. More than 50% or more of the age demographics are people over 50. Very low representation for Native American communities, or even African American communities, or even Hispanic Latino communities. So
if I may.
I'm sorry, but I'm speaking. I'm in the middle of speaking.
Can you remember?
Okay. What I would want to know is exactly if we are going to go out for a consultant, that consultant have experience ensuring hard to reach communities, whether it's under 50, communities of color, people in remote areas like Ajo. There's areas in our community that are very remote that need sometimes maybe phone banking. I would really like to know what type of experience that organization has with public engagement. And there are many communities locally that do that. Living Streets Alliance is one of them. There's many locally that could potentially apply for and help to have a better product. Because that particular public engagement will help us, even if we need to modify the RTA next into the future. So that it'll give us, it'll give us what are the priorities of the demographics in our region. So, Mr. Chair, that's what I would recommend that we move into. And I know that we still have a conversation on projects to complete. We don't necessarily have to make the decision today, but it would be good to at least give some direction in terms of hiring a consultant that could help.
Absolutely, and I'll do one follow-up question, Mayor Romero, on that. So as I see this lay down here, we're gonna come back real quick after this to the idea of May election. And the more I look at this, the more I know the conversation we're at. I was a very strong advocate of the May election, the fact that we've got August as an opportunity and November, and we still could go back. I think we may need to, as a board, just take action to solidify a little bit more in the community's mind where we're going to look at trying to put this on, because this community outreach, based on everything we talked about today, is probably the most important thing we get. And that means it needs to be accurate. We need good accountability. We need to make sure that we know who's been talked to and who hasn't. So the question I was going to ask for based on this, and based on this, there's no way we can get there in May, but based on this, how many meetings, when you say 8 to 12 in-person virtual open houses, is that each one of these weeks, or is that you've laid out in your graph?
So again, subject to change, obviously, depending on which target date we're shooting for. By comparison, back in 2006, we had over 200 meetings.
That's what I remember. So
So our goal is to have as many meetings as possible. What we're saying bare minimum, if we have that much time, we could have multiple meetings in a given week at different locations.
thank you, Mayor Honey, and then Supervisor Scott, then Mayor Murphy.
Seems like a lot of people are in a big hurry. I've been doing this for 37 years, been an elected official. They don't even run against me anymore. Yeah, that's a true statement. The thing is, we've got so many unanswered questions, the things, I don't necessarily agree with everything Mayor Romero said, but she has a question. How quickly can we do that to satisfy her thing? If I'm going out and talking to people, we need time. I mean, really, I think if we do it in November, we've got 14 months. We go out and start having community discussions, which I wasn't in favor of, but it starts pushing us in a certain direction. Then we can come back and modify as we're doing community presentations. You know, if we get out there and I start talking to people in Marana and I say, well, you know, we've got to figure out a way to pay for the 11 projects in RTA 1 that are not done. Are we going to push them forward into RTA next? If it does, that pushes something in RTA next either out or past the basic line or something like that. These are big questions. And I just don't think we could rapidly, I would almost guarantee you, and without even adding that the Mayor Romero and her team are having an election in March. If it's not successful, are people going to come right back and vote a half cent for the RTA? If it is successful, people are saying, well, I added a half cent to my taxes. Am I going to rush right back and give it to the RTA? I think they're too close together. I'm not asking you to change. I'm just saying, I think it's a conflict there. And I don't think we are so far from agreeing. And it's only going to take one or two. I mean, Mayor Winfield and I said, we don't think we should move forward. If Oro Valley and Marana are on board, this plant's not going anywhere. I can assure you of that, even though we're only 10% of the population between the two of us. The thing is, I don't think you can move that quickly. I think we're gonna have to have public meetings. We're gonna have to put in RTA one and projects and whether we have to move them forward, and if we do, are we gonna have to take something out of RTA next? Or, my heartache is on PAG. And like I said, we can spend PAG to do the 11 projects, we can spend PAG to be the contingency for RTA next. We're gonna spend PAG 5 times. And if we run out of money, I'm going to Supervisor Scott and asking him for 100. But no, I mean, I'm not trying to be funny. I think if we try to move that quickly, we have 2 elections there, 2 months apart. The majority of the voters are in Tucson. They're gonna have to vote on 2 of them. And I just really think we're not gonna be ready.
Mayor Honey, do I hear a motion in there anywhere?
My motion would be, no, my motion would be due November
I second.
and hope that we can get far.
Okay, we have a motion by Mayor Honey to target November of 2025 for our election date, seconded by Mayor Murphy. Supervisor Scott, you were next in line. Do you want to add some comments to that conversation? And then we'll open this for discussion.
It actually goes back to the presentation that we got from staff. But let me first say this. The original packet only had a plan for a November election. And I asked that a May and a November be added. That's why you got a revised agenda. Now I find out that there's potential for August. So I wish that we had had all of this information prior to the meeting. And I would ask that those things be considered when future agendas are put together. So again, I'm going to listen to the discussion. I'm not sure how I would vote yet on Mayor Honey's motion. I want to continue to hear the discussion, but I wanted to ask the executive director or maybe he wants to call the staff member up who gave the presentation. In terms of getting to hard to reach populations in each of our jurisdictions, the point was made that our public information officers, our communications departments will be enlisted. Can we get some expansion on that? Because certainly there would be areas of Pima County, you know, I can think of the village of Catalina within my district that often feels like they don't get heard sufficiently. Mayor Romero mentioned Ajo in District 3, and I know they often feel that way. So how will PAG staff reach out to the public information officers from all of our jurisdictions? Because we all know areas within our jurisdictions that might get overlooked otherwise.
Be happy to, and Patrick, please feel free to add, but we already have a standing meeting with all the PIO officers. Regularly we coordinate. We have a mechanism to exchange information and ask them to distribute that information as needed. They've been very helpful, very supportive of even the RMAP process. They assisted us and they provided that information. All elected offices received that information, and some of them did push that out as well. So when it comes to specific areas, we have that conversation with them and we ask them to identify those areas, identify specific organizations or stakeholders that they have a relationship with that we can ask them to host an event, and then we go out and have those meetings. So those are more stakeholder meetings, group meetings, but if there is an area that they know that they have an active opportunity for engagement, then we can schedule one of these open houses in that area as well. South Tucson has been very helpful identifying areas that we can reach out to and organizations that can help us. So our communication team, again, Patrick, if I missed anything, they meet with the PIOs on a regular basis. So there's a good flow of information between all of us.
Thank you, Mr. Mogini. And Mr. Chair, just to follow up, if we could give the PIOs enough lead time where they could follow up with members of boards and councils, because sometimes even a PIO might not have the same information about pockets within a ward or a district that our staffs know about, that we can then pass on to them.
Yeah, like I said, they've been very helpful so far, and we can obviously continue to have that conversation with them. Anything to add, Patrick? All All right, thank you.
I think Mayor Murphy was on, then Mayor Romero after that.
Yeah, and so knowing the time frame in November, to echo what Mayor Honey said, to go in March and then to go in May. Also, we don't really always have, especially, when the county ran their bonds, it failed. They went soon afterwards and it failed even worse from there. So I think doing it right the first time gives you the best opportunity. If we do end up going, in 26, yes, there'd be a gap, there'd be some loss of revenue. But if we had to go back again, having some time separation, especially, we have a big national election coming up in November. So you go from November to March to May. And, with the PIOs and such, I mean, I can, at least in my region, Green Valley Council, the school district, United Community Health Center. I mean, there's not a area in my area, not only my town, but anywhere south out to Vale that we're not connected with. I can't think of an area in our sector that would be unrepresented based on the food bank. I mean, we work all so closely together that there'd be no part of unincorporated Pima County or the town that we wouldn't have good representation. And even going back to the concern about the age, our average age is 37. So we're going to go under 50 right from day one. So we'll be fine there. But I think having the outreach efforts, not just a surveying, I have no concern, at least in my area, that both unincorporated as well as the town of Salarita will have many, many connections and opportunities to weigh in. And for my area, I can guarantee it.
Okay, I completely agree with Mayor Murphy in terms of the time, and with Mayor Honey in terms of the time. We want to do it right. And we want to make sure that we have enough time to do the engagement, to come back to us, change what we need to change, and then time to campaign, right? Because we need to factor that in order to be able to sell and communicate the final package to the voters. 100% agree with you. 100% disagree with you in terms of the capacity of the staff at PAG RTA. If we want to do it right, which I agree with you all, I think we have to hire an organization that does this for a living and that will be able to tell us, we're going to get, your residents in terms of demographic and age. We do want the seniors, of course, because the ADA accessibility, the on-demand transit and all of that, we want to make sure that that's there. But the priorities in terms of demographics and in terms of age are very, very different nowadays. And so I would highly recommend, Mr. Chair, that we really do hire a third party to do something that is absolutely worthy of our time invested into this, and make sure that we have a good set of data to know what the community really does want to see in an RTA next. So I would highly recommend that we do that. November seems to make sense because of everything that you've all said. And we want to present a good package to our region. So, Mr. Chair, I don't know if we need a motion to go out and look for an organization that will do the outreach for us, and of course supervised by the RTA staff to make sure that we're doing a good job in terms of engaging our community.
Yeah, Mayor Romero, let's come back to that one because we do have the motion on that motion in a second for going in November. I do appreciate that we also have August as an option. However, either way, August or November, we won't go again till late in 2026.
Right, till May.
Have a loss anyway. So I totally support the idea of November being a day we put down because that gives us over a year over a year to work on some of the issues we're gonna have to please.
I just
I have
add,
class to August. Is there-
I just add in August and November of next year, the city of Tucson is having an election. So people will be paying attention August or November of next year.
Maybe you'll have an election like mine.
No.
So we've got.
Just to follow up on the August, I just worry about summer and
Agreed.
we're trying to
Yeah.
capture the demographics.
This is Pima County.
Maybe
Summer.
7 years.
Yeah, yeah. So any other comments on the motion that's on the floor? All right, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Chair votes aye as well. That passes unanimously. So we are right now from the PAG RTA board setting the tentative date of and desire to be on the ballot by November of 2025. Thank you. Let's come back to that to Mayor Romero's conversation. Then I'll come to you, Mayor, on that if that's what you want to talk about. The one about what we do as far as the outreach. When I see that slide up there, that with all those different ways of outreaching people, it means we need folks that are experts in it, and we need. I'm not opposed to, but I really would like to learn even more about what third parties are available. I'd like to hear from the executive director on the team that you've got together, how you think our outreach could be enhanced by bringing somebody else in to help augment and to be supervised by. What we need, more importantly, if we bring somebody in, they need to be asking the right questions, the questions PAG and RTA want, and we need some to make sure that we don't have separate efforts trying to collect different data and come back with different answers. I know you've collected a lot of data at this point, Rod, and I'd ask that at this point, we take that data, put it over here. It's given us a lot of insight, a lot of effort now, but when we go out now, do this outreach, it really has to be into the feedback of this plan and what they've been hearing us talk about. So Mayor Honey.
Well, I was going to second Mayor Romero's motion. I wanted a little clarification. It's not content of how we're presenting it.
Right.
It's a format of how we reach people and coordinate the effort that we feel that everybody gets contacted in some way, whether it's mail or on the computer. I have a lot of problems. My staff will say, well, we put everything on the computer. Well, the average age of Miranda is 39. We still have a lot of seniors. Sure. And a lot of them aren't on the computer every day trying to read about what's going on. You have to mail them, or you have to put up posters, or you have to do something to reach that part of the association. And they're big voters, older people. But if you don't notify them, you put everything on the computer and like, I don't know anything about it, you know.
Sometimes I think we have way too much faith in how our outreach meets people. We've got.
Well, our people in communications are young. Well, everybody reads the computer. No, I don't.
And if I may add, the city of Tucson has used, for example, HDR. We've used Living Streets Alliance. We've used the Planning Center. Sam already left, but we've used organizations that.
Hire Linda Morales to do this.
She's incredible. She's incredible. They're incredible. They really are experts. And of course, the surveys and all of that is put together. And the information to distribute is put together by RTA staff. But they're doing a lot of legwork.
But it's not ideology, it's format.
Exactly. And outreach methods.
Right.
Like a lot of them have used before HDR, Planning Center, and Living Streets Alliance. They've done a lot of events and activities. And they're right there on the ground with surveys and posters. And so that's the way that they've been able to do outreach to hard to reach. Like, for example, you all have a really awesome trunk or treat in Sahuarita, lots of young families. They would be right there with you all, handing out information, making sure that people are doing their surveys. It really helps with hard to reach younger families, maybe that are not paying attention, seniors at senior centers. It really has helped us in terms of getting a good diversity of voices.
Mayor Murphy.
And I think it's gonna look like all of the above, because using the example of trunk or treat, using our PIO and our park and rec, I think it's gonna be a collaboration of all of it, because
down in our area, almost I don't need anybody other than our PIO communicating with FARAD because I already know, or we already know where all of these, he's presented at the Green Valley Council, the Mayo Chamber. I mean, certainly there's opportunities, but I don't think there's a one cookie cutter. I think it's going to look
All of the above.
all of the above and very different for different parts of it.
Absolutely. So I'm gonna, Barb, what do you believe the next steps are? Hearing pretty much unanimous consensus on that side that we need to tap all aspects to gather. What do we need to do?
Be happy to. The diagram is actually as hopefully helpful. We can pull that up again on the middle, Crystal. You pull that diagram up in the middle as well. So I'll just go around the circle. Obviously, media contact. We have staff, Patrick and Sheila and other communication staff that are in contact with the media on a regular basis. They provide press releases and opportunities for media to hopefully get earned media, have the media help us with opportunity.
In the interest of time, I agree. I think everybody knows those are good. I guess my question I'm asking you, you've heard the desire to bring in other folks, either bring in another firm to assist you to get some of the spaces that maybe we do miss, all the other stuff. From your perspective, we're running up against a time frame.
Yeah.
And we're about to have a motion for voting on bringing somebody in and doing it. What do you think we need to do to start moving in that direction?
As I mentioned, we already have HDR on contract. They help us with collateral, exhibits and materials like that. We already have Evelina on contract. They help us with some of the marketing and advertising opportunities. So we have those resources. We can continue to tap to those two resources. And as I said earlier, I think we have staff that are experts in this area and they can continue to do that. I don't believe we need anybody else. And if we do, we got to go through a very extensive procurement process, which adds time. So that's one of the reasons that we've been building up and getting ready for this. We are prepared and ready to go. Procurement can take some time as well, and I don't recommend going that route.
It's not a big issue.
May I jump in?
I was going to come back to the potential motion.
You were gonna call.
Sorry, we were gossiping over here. I'd just like to formalize it and make it into a motion to direct RTA staff to hire an outside organization to lead efforts to conduct public outreach for the RTA next plan and to make sure that that we're doing hard to reach populations within that plan. That's in the form of a motion.
I will second it and make a comment. That's what Rahina and I are over here in the corner gossiping. Like I said, that we should sit next to each other. For Paul Diaz or for Joe Winfield or Tom Murphy or me, it's not a problem. We have a pretty controlled, I can go to Northwest Fire, Marana Health Center, 3 or 4 agencies in my neighborhood, and I can hit everybody. From the smallest job or the oldest person. For the city and the county, it's a little more different because they're much larger entities and stuff. So I will second that and support that, but it's kind of like Mayor Murphy said, I don't have a problem reaching people in my town. And my phone number is on my card, so they know how to get a hold of me, so.
And I love that you all have HDR on board because they are pretty good about engagement and the way that they do. It's not that it's my preferred. I mean, you all can really look at who would be the best fit, but Javelina is much more marketing. But it's not hard in terms of like finding an organization, especially if you have a HDR on board.
So Mayor Winfield, then Mayor Murphy.
I just have, looking at this diagram, I mean, where you have a physical body is stakeholder meetings, community presentations, open houses. So who are the individuals that are going to lead those workshops, make those presentations, respond? Open house suggests that there's displays and there's people there to answer questions. I mean, there's,
So we have a pool of resources, obviously, at PAG, and so we have the community affairs administrators. We have multiple people that are in charge of that day-to-day outreach and face-to-face interaction with the community. So they'll be the lead on that. We have staff that would support with the logistics and schedule the location and all the logistics. So we have the staff to be able to pull that off. And again, we've been preparing for this all along. We are ready to go. And going back to the comments about if we need additional resources, we already have Javelina ready to go. We have HDR ready to go. So those are all in place.
but it sounds like Javelina, and I didn't mean to interrupt you, but it sounds like Javelina, they're not physically present. They're helping with the marketing and.
They can provide us any and all information that we need. It's almost like a catering business. What do you like? What would you need? And then they provide the resources to the table. And then obviously the second part of that discussion is what's the budget? How much are we willing to spend on outside resources? So with this conversation, I would say let's set a budget and then we tap into those resources and those existing contracts as needed because they have the resources to go out and bring other people to the table as well.
And then the surveys, is this a statistically valid survey, or when we say survey, what are we?
Yeah, so unfortunately with our surveys, they are based on who is willing to participate. That's the challenge. And then that's where the demographics come in. Are you willing to participate? And if you are you willing to give us your demographics? So that's the challenging part. Not as part of staff outreach, but after we're done, typically we would want to do a polling, and that polling would be done ideally by whoever is willing to support the plan. And I want to be very careful, make sure you all recognize that once it's identified as a ballot initiative, we can only be out there and talk about elements of the plan and education. We can't do anything beyond that. So there's got to be an outside entity who is willing to campaign in support of the plan, and they would do that polling on their own.
So in this outreach effort, there's no kind of statistically valid baseline that some of this other input can be measured against, or either, that it supports this.
Polling would be the only tool that I can think of. And again, if the board desires to do a poll, I think that's where we get into, and I got to ask Thomas, are we getting into electioning for something, or is it just putting something out? So typically government entities don't do the polling, they do surveys.
Follow up to Mayor Winfield's questions, because I think he's hitting on a very valid point. I mean, it's great that we're doing all these different outreach, and I understand that everybody has to be, but a marking collateral is not giving us feedback to our plan. Some of these things are not what we're talking about. What we're looking for is feedback from members of the community, which I know are elsewhere on that circle. That's why the circle is confusing us all, because it's got stuff on it that doesn't do that. And if it is collected in a manner that's ensuring security, to take account for each person, that individual, because an example, when Broadway Road was going through its years of problems, and PAG did a good job having events, and they had an input box. I sat there and watched two people sit down and do nothing but write inputs and put them into the box for 2 hours. Same two people. I'm assuming this is where you're going. It's where I want to go. We don't want to count the same person 12 times.
Sure.
We have to have something out there that's going to provide input back to us that is valid. And to Mayor Romero's concern, it's valid in the demographics of who you're interviewing as well. So that's my only concern. This is why I tend to like the motion on the table that brings somebody who's got that capability. That's the thing I'm not marrying right now.
May I jump in? Mr. Chair? Yeah, I believe for Broadway, we did use a consultant to make sure that we had a thorough engagement process. And we used City of Tucson staff, and we used RTA staff. It was a big process. It was a big process.
There was no
valid
data.
That's right. But in terms of data, and then all the presentations and logistics, the organizations that do community engagement for a living, they can, because there's concerns, right? We want the hard to reach. We want to make sure that we have valid data. there are organizations that know how to do this, and I think it would be best, especially because we're gonna be working on this end, on the official end, trying to put together some responses for RTA one and how to work on that, but I think that it is the best approach to move forward with an organization that knows how to do this, that can intercept the surveys, know who's, what demographics are not bringing them in. Sometimes you have to do surveys in person. Sometimes you got to go to the senior center and sit down with a person and say, okay, tell me what you think. Sometimes you've got to go to South Tucson and go to San Lena and stand outside of San Lena and ask those hard to reach. So there's organizations, including HDR, that know how to do this, and it would behoove us, I think, to do it the right way the first time.
Mr. Chair, just to answer your question again, so the survey itself is the tool. The tool collects the data, analyze the demographics. We have that tool. The question is the reach. How many people can you reach and ask them to participate and provide that information? And that goes back to your question. Unfortunately, it's based on who is willing to participate. So with the recent survey we did, we had roughly about, I believe it was 4,500 people that participated. And that's based on some of the outreach activities to be able to get out there. We did have people physically go to South Tucson. We had people physically go to events and stakeholders, Council on Aging, for example, and had hard copies filled out, and then we brought it back, put it in the survey. So all the data is in one place. We can analyze the data, we can report on the data. So that's not really our challenge. The challenge is how many people are you getting to, and are they willing to participate? Are they willing to give you all their information? And that's where potentially we could utilize all the PIOs and everybody else to encourage people to participate, because if they don't participate, I mean, we had newspaper ads, radio ads, everything. So that's not the challenge. I guess I'm trying to focus really, if that's what you're trying to get to, then we need everybody's help to make sure more people participate. Do we have the resources to get the information out? We do. Do we have the tools? We do.
Mayor.
Well, I was just, when you say survey, that's a very broad statement. Is it mostly computer survey?
So we have hard copies as well as a web-based, as well as a handheld cell phone based. And we actually go out and sit down with folks that need additional ADA accessibility and a system. So anyone who is willing to participate, they will be able to participate.
The point I'm trying to make, a computer will reach a certain amount of people.
Correct.
And a lot of people that have computers are just not going to read all that stuff.
Correct.
Hard copies, who are we getting the hard copies to? I mean, the survey almost doesn't tell you who you're not reaching. Most of the smaller communities are not going to have a problem. I can go to Northwest Fire, Marana Health Center, different ones, and Marana schools even, and say, hey, because you're not telling them how to vote, you're just saying we're having a discussion to get people interested, or you're having a meeting or something,
Another point I forgot, Mr. Chair. So another reason that survey is helpful, because that will do exactly what you described. If there are duplicates, they have identifying information that they would eliminate duplicate responses.
Agreed on that. So I think what I'm hearing is there's a consensus about concern of getting, particularly in unincorporated Pima County in the city of Tucson, to get to the ranges that we want. We've got a motion on the floor to hire an additional firm who's got expertise in reaching those hard to reach communities. The one thing I'd ask to consider, I believe you said to lead the effort, but if you want to change to me, I think might be lead the effort in the city of Tucson and unincorporated Pima County. More so, I don't know if we want to narrow it, if you still want to keep it countywide. And the thing I want to make sure we haven't done is we haven't taken PAG out of the picture.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think RTA has to stay in the picture for sure. it's easier to have one organization help with it, all of it, right? So that you don't have different data points. But no, absolutely, I think RTA staff should help. I mean, it's gonna be all hands on deck. All of our PIOs, all of our communities will have to participate. So, yeah, that's not my vision.
Scott.
Mr. Chair, just a question for clarification. If we were going to involve Javelina at all, wouldn't we have to have a new contract with them? Because the current contract with them expired at the end of July.
Yeah, so we had a contract with them. Within our procurement policy, we can always reactivate an existing contract. So that's the easiest way to do that if we have a budget determined for that. Otherwise, we have to go through the procurement process all over again for anyone to consider.
So if it was determined that they had some kind of role, it would just be as simple as reactivating the
Yeah,
contract.
it will be a new amending the existing contract.
All right.
Yeah. And they've already had involvement in this process.
Thomas is getting nervous. We're talking contract.
I know. But procurement becomes really again, Mr. Chair, if I may, if you decide to go that route, then obviously we have to go through the procurement process and we need a budget for it to determine what we're trying to procure for.
So follow-up question to that statement there, how long do you anticipate procurement process take?
Hard to say, but typically, I would say by the time we bring it back to you for contract, you're looking at almost 3 months.
Okay, that's not true. Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I think that including a budget in the motion would give it to the discretion of the executive director to put out a procurement contract. Usually contracts are 30 days to come back, but if an organization that knows how to do community engagement and public outreach, they will be able to put something together fairly quickly. Javelina, I use them myself, but Javelina is mostly a consulting firm for campaigns. And so they know how to put campaigns together and they do beautifully because I won twice. But Javelina doesn't have that community outreach. They have marketing tools. HDR has an arm for community engagement and Planning Center has an arm for community engagement. They're planners. And so if you put out a local, maybe a regional or a statewide, you will get feedback in 30 days. And then the executive director should move as expeditiously as possible.
Agreed. Mayor Murphy, then Mayor Honey.
Yeah, just quick question for Thomas, because I was just looking at the agenda item. Are we okay? Because now we're talking about budgets and money and things that from an open meeting law that wasn't posted. I'm just getting a little more.
Right, basically. Mr. Chair, member of the board, I'm a little nervous, but we're fine with the discussion. And I think we're perfectly fine to direct the executive director to do this, but what we can't really, hire anybody. I know,
Right,
but
exactly.
and we can't really talk about anybody because nobody knew
Right,
we were going to talk
exactly.
about particular vendors. If we
We
could
were
just,
giving
if it's just a motion to the executive director.
Can we do a motion that includes a budgeted number? Because obviously if we're going to ask him to expedite in 30 days, it's got to know something that to put out in the average. So can we motion with a budgeted number?
Yes, that would be fine with me, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
And
So
I'm just wondering, I think, we were talking about the procurement process, so what money pays for this? Because there may be strings attached to that, and there may be a process that we may not be able to afford.
So that's the issue. Regardless, because RTA is a subset of the RMAP, we typically utilize federal funds for outreach. And if we decide not to use federal funds, then we have to stick with just RTA dollars. And that's obviously, that's the direction we need. So no federal funds. And if that's the case, we still have to comply with procurement requirements. And procurement requires a minimum amount of time that you advertise, minimum amount of time that you provide an opportunity for a response, and then the selection and the contract. So that's why I say it takes some time.
I think in like most of your jurisdictions, you have monies and you could just do it as an emergency procurement. But that's why I'm asking, I'm not sure if the executive director can do that. It just depends on what monies.
If we're using it, but. So if we're using RTA funding, first off, is there funds available in the RTA to do this?
Yes,
Okay, that's it.
from our administrative
Okay.
account.
Because I didn't want to have to ask for PAG money.
But so that's, but that's.
We use it 6 times. We don't care.
So we've got RTA monies available. Knowing it's RTA money and it's internal, can we do an emergency procurement?
I would say so, unless you're aware of something that says.
Again, I need your authorization
Understand?
and.
That's what we're trying to get at.
And also a budget amount. And with an understanding that there are requirements for the amount of time advertised. Give them an opportunity to respond.
Understand that, but under an emergency process, those times are reduced. So I just want to make sure we get there.
I think you could do that with RTA, but if it's attached to a branch.
Oh, no, we don't want to
We are
introduce federal burden.
You know, my attachments.
Mayor Honey?
Could we actually even say to use funds to do what we need to do? I mean, we could put a $10 million limit on it or something like that, and
I don't know, to be honest with you, we do it a lot at the city.
and it's, we have a task,
Yeah.
do what it costs to do the task. Like Thomas may tell me I'm wrong here, but I mean, we don't know if it's 10,000 or $1 million to do.
And ultimately, we still have to approve the contract.
Right.
So if it comes in at $1 million,
We're gonna say why.
Do up to.
The other thing, before I call the question, you had said to lead the activity. And I think maybe it's more coordinate. We just need their that.
Yeah.
You know, we don't want them to take over the thing, but we want them to coordinate with our senior staff to get this information out. And in Marana, we can use town funds to advertise that we're going to discuss an item. But we can't promote it. We can't buy signs. We can't say we're all in favor of this. We can't do that with public funds, but you can promote educating people on the process.
agreed. I think we all know that's the whole purpose of community outreach isn't for us to go promote this plan. It's to put this plan out
Right.
and get feedback, accurate, verifiable feedback back from it. So I think I heard a friendly amendment that you offered to Mayor Brown. Did I hear you accept that? Would be for hire a firm to coordinate, to help outreach to some of the most
To everyone,
different.
but with specific, additional outreach efforts to the hard to reach.
Okay. Do we need to put any dollar amount on it or not? You all deal with contracts.
I think we know what it's
Yeah.
gonna be.
Yeah, I agree with
Sure,
Mayor.
I
Tony.
only have authority up to $50,000, so if you wish to have a higher amount, I do need the dollar amount included in the motion.
Hire somebody cheap. We are frugal.
So is anybody who's got experience in that, is there a not to exceed number? I mean, we always can say no when the contract is before. So
Not
it's
to
not-
exceed 100,000.
I'll second.
And if he needs to come back to us, if they need more, then we'll do that.
Again, Mr. Chair, if you authorize me up to 100,000, then I can proceed. I don't need to come back. But if it's 50,000 and it's more, then I would have to come back.
We're the motion in second. I have no problem with.
I have no problem. It's really hard because I don't know how much.
We don't know.
So, no, I just want to clarify, because I did get a motion to amend for up to 100,000 in a second,
And we agreed to.
and they agreed.
We're the motion
And
in second.
Mr. Chair, if I may, and authorize me to execute a contract.
Yeah.
Correct?
Thomas?
I had this, sorry, Mr. Chairman, I had the same question. Is this a vendor that this board wants to approve, or do you want it
No, no.
administrative?
Through the process. We still have to go through a procurement process.
Right.
And we're not speaking about a particular vendor. We're saying go out and find someone.
I just mean, what I mean is, I take this back before you again, or do you expect this to be done?
So here's the question. I absolutely understood, and I saw
Okay.
the concern. Is if we get 4 or 5 folks applying for this position, do we want it to come back to us to make the decision on who to hire? Or do we want to let the executive director make the decision on which firm to hire And we can do it in alignment with, you know, conversation with the, there's ways we do it. I just want to make sure we get a firm that actually can do what we're.
I have a phone and a computer.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Are we meeting again in a month or no?
Right now, our next meeting is scheduled
December fifth, I think,
So,
early December.
December fifth.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
That'd be a no.
Mr. Chair, if
December
I may, so again, the procurement requirements apply regardless of the funding source. So if I have your authority to advertise and enter into a contract with not to exceed 100 million, then we're good.
Oh, 100 million.
100,000. Yeah, I think
That's the next item.
100,000.
We can have.
Then we're good. We can implement it. If for any reason you want me to come back, then I need to know that today.
My opinion
I
is.
think we should be monthly, but okay, that's just me.
Yeah, I see if we want to come back. My opinion, and again, I'm gonna look towards your expertise doing this, is I do think if we're gonna put it out, there should at least be one board member involved or two board members involved in the process when it gets to the position that if you get 5 contracts.
So our procurement policy obviously would follow the policy, but if you do that, then you're creating a committee of the board, then they become public meetings.
Personally, I think we leave it to staff. We're giving a direction up to $100,000. Implement it. If it exceeds 100,000, then he's got to come back. But
Well, and if I may, yes, absolutely to all of that, but I just want to make sure that the intent that what we're doing here is described in the procurement request for proposal. Mr. Chair, I don't know if you can have, in terms of like what, making sure that we have monolingual, making sure that we have people under, 35, that we have good sample demographics of our region, that we have, it needs to describe that we want that in terms of engaging our community. So
If I may, so, yeah, Mr. Chair, Mayor Romero, that'll be in the advertisement. So in the advertisement, we would say we're looking for someone who has experience, demonstrate your experience, identify and provide the information, references, you name it. So all of that would be in the advertisement. And then once we obtain those submittals, then we go through the selection process.
So let me ask the question. Can the chair review the advertisement before you put it out for bid?
I don't know. I don't see an issue with that, but
It's
I
not a
think,
committee, it's just a.
yeah, I don't see an issue with
Everything's
that.
captured in it,
yeah, that's good.
in the motion.
Yeah, I don't see an issue with that, but yeah, if it's more than one, then it's a committee, I would say.
So, okay,
I would love the chair to help.
so that's, okay, so we have motion, everybody understands, we've got $100,000 limit. Approved, seconded, and will include, and that was accepted into the motion. Everybody clear?
Yes.
But I call the question.
Call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? Chair votes aye. We've got unanimous support for going forward and putting out and hiring. So, thank you. We are running up against some big, time and good luck on the PAG meeting. The cost to complete is an incredibly important discussion. I don't think we're going to solve it today, but I think it's an opportunity to see. We've given the executive director some pretty specific guidance on what we want to see come back. So I want to let them go through their presentation and talk to us about the information. Mayor Winfield?
I suggest you take a 10-minute break.
Yes.
I second.
There's my volunteering for
All right. Break. Everybody back here. No later than 10 after. If you're earlier, we can get started. Okay, 5 after. Mayor Murphy said 5 after. No later than 5 after.
What's 5 hours?
And because he wants he wants as much time as possible for PAG, we're gonna go ahead and get rolling.
Mhm.
Do we have a forum?
Yeah. We have one.
Oh, yeah, you already-
All we need was five. All right, Rick. This is a topic that there's really not much interest on the board.
There's no what?
Yeah, but-
So, yeah,
The facetious statement.
I was kind of playing hard to hearing on that part, just to make sure, but. Out of the three items you're going to hear me talk about today, this is by far and away the longest, but I'm going to do my best to make it the most interesting, informative, and maybe even reach into entertaining if so desired by the group. Before I jump in and get started on this, I want to publicly and especially in front of all you, thank the staff that really went above and beyond all of this. I thanked them during the times we met with them. These were not simple email exchanges. These weren't 5-minute, hey, can you give me a quick rundown? They went into the weeds with us at their own time, out of their own efforts to make sure that what I would share, represent was properly capturing everything. So I hope I'm doing it justice by presenting it all here with all of you today. Mr. Chair, with regards to this presentation, as I've prepped for this, as we've gone through this, it has a better and smoother flow if it goes from start to finish. There's some thematic aspects of it that will carry over. However, I can adapt that and we can go project by project if you so wish.
Go with your flow. We'll try to hold the questions till we can get to the end so we have the full understanding.
Like anything on it, that would be great. Then I can tie it all in. The way it's going to be oriented is we have adjusted some of the materials we originally planned on bringing in July. So it's tried to be tailored to some of the conversations, questions, even as recent as the last meeting, to make sure we're trying to address that and provide the information that's been requested, desired, expressed. So you'll see a very common theme in all the slides as we go through there, and then we'll wrap it up with some concluding things at the tail end to try and summarize all that. With that, I'm going to jump in on this. Packet of material had a lot of detail in it, had a lot of the extra information surrounding different aspects of it associated with the whole cost to complete topic, including how much has been invested, past, present, and future, and a number of other items in there. I'm focusing my presentation strictly on where we're at with the various projects, what funding's been allocated through the TIP process, and then what's remaining on there, and then hitting the part of verbal. Help this was more beneficial to you to hear it live and interactive and support your discussions that way. So the orientation on these, we're going to hit upon just a few things on each slide on there, but we wanted to include what's been done to date, so you'd at least have a little context, because some of these are at the tail end of the overall implementation effort. So there's going to be some projects that are brand new starts. There are going to be some that have been underway for quite a while on there. I won't read every single bit. I'll leave that up there for you to digest as you see fit, but I will verbally go through and hit the highlights on them. And I'm starting off with what we call Marana, Tangerine Phase 2A up in Marana. Which essentially goes from I-10 over to what we call Marana Tech Drive, and working with the jurisdiction on that. Construction activities are started. That one is now underway. They're working out there. You see crews out there. They're at it, and it's going well on that. The key things on there that we wanted to highlight on that, the program funding on this is approximately $44 million. That's what's been in through the TIP exercises concluded last fall. There's approximately an additional $1 million needed on this to complete that Phase 2A effort. In the summer materials we had put out there, slightly different questions, slightly different tack. We'd reference $7 million, but we kind of adjusted this to say, overall, we're looking at a $45 million to cross the goal line, 44 in hand with another $1 million outstanding. Okay, so that's how this is going to be oriented as you hear the rest of these talked about. Phase 2B, which is the next section and segment, if you will, to the east that would tie into what was previously constructed up at La Cañada, or I'm sorry, Dove Mountain. The design is at the 30% level on that one. We've gotten a key piece of information and assessment from the Corps of Engineers on this. And the team is already starting to talk about how they can initiate design activities on this and start moving forward. And we'll start getting assigned timeframes, estimates of what's going to be needed as far as activities, efforts moving forward, things like that. We have 28 million in this programmed in the TIP, and we need approximately 13.5 million more, bringing it up to whatever that adds up to, I think 40 something. Silver Bell Road, right now the design on this is complete, right away is complete. The
Utility relocations are complete, and the project team is doing the last of the coordination efforts and activities with the Corps of Engineers for the permitting efforts on that. And as soon as that's all wrapped up, then project will be ready and can be advertised. Right now, it's got $47 million available with an additional 5.5 needed to complete that effort. Sunset Road is actually under construction as part of what we call the I-10 Gap project that essentially goes from Ina down to Ruthroth. So it's being built in conjunction. The county really made a big push to combine these efforts, much like what I talked about earlier at Ina, where you can now merge the two of them and get a seamless integration on that. The main line has been the primary focus by the contractor, but you've seen some of the bridge activities, especially up over main line. And then if you look off to the side, you see a mountain of dirt that will eventually become the fill supporting the connection over to River Road. So the construction on the overall project is much higher than 25%, obviously. But the sunset portion, it's about a quarter of the way through, but that'll be tied in with and completed at the same time as the overall project on that. Anticipating right now is a moving target. We had allocated about 24 million in the tip to bring us home. That's what we contributed to ADOT. At this time, we have no anticipation of any additional funding needed. First Avenue from Grant to River, what we affectionately call First Ave South. This one was brought to you last year with IGA initiation. The activities are now fully underway. We have task force meetings that are ongoing with the community out there. We have open houses scheduled for week after next to continue our engagement. And there's a whole slew of the data collection efforts, survey, existing right-of-way, existing traffic count information, so on, so on, so on. Right now, we have approximately 67 million of it funded in the tip and an additional 68 million that's needed. Grant UPR, this one is at about the 60% milestone. This is the widening underneath the existing structure. Closing on, we're about the 60% milestone for that overall effort with right-of-way permitting utilities still remaining. The overall funding we have available is up around 25 million on this. But we do need approximately 8.5 million identified as the local contribution associated with a pedestrian bike bridge that's located offside of the project. Downtown Links is another one of the projects actively under construction, probably about 60% overall. The eastern portion of this was opened up last year. It essentially goes from Stone over to Broadway. It's completed, open, up and operating and working just fine. The other portion out there, they're making active progress with the two of the new bridge structures underway as we speak. We anticipate about 20 million. Once again, moving target construction activities are fully underway, but don't anticipate any additional funding needed on this one. Grant Road 3 and 4, another project that's now fully under construction on this one. Phases 1 and phases 2 have been previously completed and built and are open and operational. We do have some ongoing right-of-way activities, but those are associated with final court settlements and condemnation. They don't affect the overall delivery timeframe. It's just those things that kind of lag on certain projects as those activities are completed. This one right now has got approximately 63 million that's been identified, funded, and programmed, and right now nothing else is needed at this time. Grant Road 5 and 6, project design is at the 90% level. Funding for the right-of-way acquisition and construction is not programmed at all in the 25-29 tip. We identified that those are all the remaining activities that would need to be finished, and we've heard many discussions about that. And the anticipated updated cost on that is approximately 112 million. 22nd Street Bridge, this is the phase 2 that goes over the Union Pacific Railroad from Keno to Tucson. Project, there's a lot of project activities going on with this one. They are working on NEPA clearance, utility clearance, right-of-way clearance. The design has been finalized. They're working through the railroad agreements. I'm saying all that and we're narrowing it down. There's a lot of activities the team has been aggressively pursuing, all in parallel with the anticipation that they will be ready to start construction in early next year. So a lot of effort still to be done, but don't be misled by that. They're on top of all of that, and that's expected to come in. Right now, we're carrying 170 million, and they do not anticipate anything extra above that. The Velocity Aviation, this is a financial contribution for advanced right-of-way acquisition, design activities on this. It's available to ADOT program right now in fiscal year 26, and we anticipate that they'll start drawing down those activities as they get that effort ramped up and as they start those efforts and activities on those particular projects. Next one up is the Irvington Road, Santa Cruz River, east of I-19. This is another one that we combined our efforts in with ADOT for the reconfiguration of the interchange. ADOT is the lead on that effort. They've got the design. They're coming up on the 60% milestone. When we put this together, they just passed the 30%, but they're making great progress on this. So I wanted to at least let you know that's been updated on that. Design, right-of-way activities, permitting, utilities, all going to be underway with the anticipation that they'll have this ready to advertise by next summer, is the latest I've heard, and go to construction shortly after that. This is a contribution to the project that addresses the key intersection, bike and pedestrian, and some vertical curve issues out there. So it's all being folded into the interchange reconstruction. So we get another one of those merge efforts that get us combined efficiencies. Valencia, from I-19 to Alvernon, you heard me refer to this. You just approved the IGA. That'll be going forward to Mayor and Council, I believe, in the month of October. It's a period 4 compliance project. So you're going to see that theme pop up here on several projects, meaning those are the ones where we still have to meet compliance. You've heard that talked about a number of times in past meetings, and there's several projects that fall in that category. So with the IGA in place here, Mayor and Council act on it, and the design team has already told me they're doing preparation stuff behind the scenes to be able to jump on that, get that up and running as fast as possible. Valencia Road from Kolb to Houghton. This is one of the last of the big pieces needing the big reconstruction on the entire Valencia corridor. The project's been advertised. It's actually, I believe, been awarded to the contractor on that. We're identifying and targeting the typical pre-construction meetings, activities to happen in the month of October. So the team is ready to go on that. Essentially, once they get an actual date established with the contractor, they'll break ground and get things fully underway on that. We've targeted and programmed approximately 42 million on that, and the bids came in at that amount, so we're good to go. 22nd Street, or what we often refer to as 22nd Street East, which is from Camino Seco to Houghton. This one right now, design activities have been initiated. They're fully underway, similar to First Avenue, about the same time frame. A lot of upfront activities, data collection. Due to the straightforward nature on this one, the city made the determination that we've got enough public support. We know the project's going. It's a straightforward effort. We can streamline even more. And they're looking at other possibilities and opportunities where they can to hit this one because it's a period compliance project as well. And they're on track to have this one start construction in the summer of 26. This one had a programmed amount of approximately 36 million from our TIP activities last fall. Right now, we're sitting and needing an additional 2 is what's been estimated. Harrison Road, the other IGA you just recently approved, and this one will go before Mayor and Council as well in October. The project is fully funded in 25-29 TIP. Same thing, it's a period 4 compliance project, but there have been numerous discussions with the city. They're well prepped, and as soon as the IGAs are in place, they'll have solicitation efforts ready to go and get this one out and going as fast as possible as well. This one also has 15 million program and has not needed anything at this time. Houghton, Irvington to 22nd Street. This is what we refer to as segment 7. So the design activities are complete. Right-of-way effort is ongoing, and then there's a fairly robust utility relocation. There's a couple of real big ones, Southwest Gas, Lumen, that aren't your traditional, we need 4 or 6 months. They're in the neighborhood of about 18. Some of the activities have been started already, so the city's been looking where we can overlap, where we can aggressively push and be able to move those forward. The department is targeted 2026 for construction on this one, but they'll be consistently watching, seeing how the progress gets made. And if there's opportunities where that can be maximized and there can be overlap without risk to the contract or the contractor, they'll move forward and complete that effort. We have programmed approximately 66 million within approximately 8 million outstanding on that or uncovered at this time. We did want to include just a quick summary of the categorical items because there is a minor activity on there just for your information. The elderly and pedestrian safety improvements, the city of South Tucson just recently completed speed feedback sign installations. Just recently completed that. It's up, it's operating, and it's in place. And we're just working with them for final billings on it. Greenways, pathways, bikeways, and sidewalk. We have a variety of bike boulevard projects, multi-use paths. There have been a number of IGAs we brought forward to you over the last couple of years on this. And we have a variety of projects in various states of under construction to just starting design, but we expect a fairly significant rollout through fiscal year 25 as they get those things moved forward. And then lastly, in the transportation wildlife linkage effort, SR 86, the continuation of some previous investments that have been made out there. We're working with them to identify we've got possible crossing locations. We're working with now the various communities out there to solicit feedback input before the council makes a final determination on that and then gives us the ability to proceed forward with that. So all of those have funding and activity, but everything's matching up with the IGAs that have been previously approved by this body. So the key takeaways that I wanted to leave you, I told you I'd bring it all back and summarize it for you. We have 17 big roadway projects or phases that remain to be completed. 5 currently in or pending construction, and the reason it's the 5th one is that Valencia East that it's not in construction, but it's close. And I get those there and recapped them for you if you like, for your reference. We have 12 currently in various stages of pre-construction progress, and I tried to segregate these by jurisdiction or entity of lead jurisdiction responsibilities. Tangerine 2B, then Silver Bell, First Ave, Grant UP, Grant 5 and 6, 22nd Bridge, Valencia Central, 22nd East, Harrison, and Houghton. So the ones I've recapped. And then LaGrasse Aviation and Irvington Road with ADOT. The estimated cost to complete all of these projects and the remaining roadway element is currently, as estimated based on the latest and greatest we got from the teams over the summer, is $880 million. Right now, we have approximately 685 programmed in our fiscal year 25-29 TIP, which leaves then approximately $195 million for the associated cost increase. And then summarized across those 7 projects. Previously, we have heard reference, well, we're down to just a couple with the adjustments we've made. And since then, and using the latest and greatest, we now have those 7 identified. There are 7 period 4 compliance projects eligible for any recovered RTA supplemental funding or the restricted reserves. And those are the ones that are critical that in order to make sure we meet legislative requirements, that those timeframes are all met and those have to start construction by July 1, 2026. And I mentioned a couple that are already in progress towards that, along with the new starts that have been brought forward for initiation. And then the remaining projects requesting supplemental funding, those are going to have to be reviewed case by case basis to ensure that we're meeting the legal eligibility compliance requirements and making sure that those have to be done by looking at the details specific to each one of those. You've seen this graphic earlier this year. We utilized this as a graphic way of representing kind of this priority allocation of funding and how we were thinking about it. I got a lot of good mileage out of this in various settings I went to. So it really turned out to be a powerful document that we were able to use. Obviously working on the construction phase as we've got these activities, as I mentioned, going forward with Links, Sunset. Now we added Grant Road 3-4 and Tangerine 2A. So those have moved from pending already up in the active timeframes. And then with 22nd Bridge and Silver Bell still pending. And then the compliance projects, highlighting the importance of those 7 projects. Those are the ones that are necessary in order to meet the ballot compliance and the legislative requirements. And then with the 4 at the bottom, that as funding becomes available, those could then come forward, evaluate, make sure that the legal and ballot compliance requirements are met. We've got a number of our funding team members, myself, as well as Mr. Mogini, that can answer any questions or support your discussion as you wish moving forward. That's all I got to share, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Rick. That was very thorough and I appreciate the layout. I want to just clarify a couple of things on the ones that you talked about. You always reference the funding, how much funding was available in the TIP. Correct. Now, does that funding in the TIP align with the funding based on the 2006 ballot? Is that what's in there, or how's that number determined that went into the TIP?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yep.
So as Rick discussed earlier, we went through updating all cost estimates through the TIP process. So what you have, I'm sorry, What you have currently is based on the tip process and updated cost estimates. But then in addition to that is the new numbers that Rick is sharing with you, that since the tip was adopted, we're still anticipating some additional cost
And the
increases.
date that that tip was adopted was
Last May.
last May. So since May, so the additional cost increases. So all the money in the tip is available.
Yes, programmed, yes.
Different question. I know you've got a program to be spent. Is it currently available or is it based on our future revenue streams?
It's a 5-year plan. It's based on future revenue, but they're good estimates.
Okay. And so far, we're meeting since last May,
Yes,
the
yes.
revenues appear on
Yes.
track.
Yes,
Okay. So the anticipated additional cost increases are increases in the cost to construct the project since creation of the tip.
correct. And they can go back and initially there was 2, but now we're up identifying additional 5.
What I'm saying
that-
is, that's not because anything's being added to the
No,
project.
cost
but there's
estimates have
other
been
costs.
adjusted since.
It's pure, it's the increase in costs.
Correct. So the question I'm sure you're all wondering is why, how? So some of the things that, as we're working with everybody, we're seeing, there may be things that were anticipated or assumed that a higher entity has the authority to change. Tangerine with the railroad. We assumed we were gonna make rate modifications. Railroad said, hold that. We want something different. Carrying an estimate, that's no longer valid. We've run into this on other projects. I'm sure everybody's got their war stories. Okay, now we gotta plug in the new number. Other ones are, a project was in between. When we were doing our estimating, we were working through this last fall, heading for the approvals. We're in between submittals. It's moving target. We didn't have a submittal that was there. We had one coming up, so we're using maybe something that was a little older. We went out with the jurisdictions to get the latest and greatest, and now we have that information available. Another thing is, in some cases, we had time frame out there where we didn't have a lot of data available as to what the costs were. You've heard the presentations that have been given by professional and industry experts about how some of the things have been increasing. Well, if we haven't got a lot of data points on that, it's very hard to pin that down. So we've got more recent construction projects going out. We've been able to see how some of those numbers have been working. Some projects didn't see the increases, some of them did. You heard that as I was going through. But those are the big drivers as to how some of those things have changed.
And my final question before I open it up to the board is right now, the anticipated additional cost increases, we have not identified any funding sources for those yet.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Murphy.
Back to an earlier question I had asked. So up through 2029, that $230 million, that is PAG money, right? So we still have a shortfall, but we've added already $230 million or so in PAG money past 2026, the sunset of RTA.
Correct,
right?
yes. Again, so out of the 685, it's roughly 230. That's PAG funds in the tip. Correct.
Mayor Honey.
So we've already tapped PAG and we're still short.
Correct.
Contingency. Excuse me, did I say something? We're just kind of at a point. What can we tap? We can tap RTA, we can tap PAG, or we can tap our own entities. Unless Warren Buffett or somebody sends us a couple billion.
Jeff Bezos.
Huh?
Jeff Bezos.
Wherever it comes from.
Yeah, we'll take it from anybody, but I mean, it's kind of. We have a question. We just don't have an answer. And I'm concerned that with, contingency. Did I mention, we're looking at that in RTA next, just to kind of tie it in. We're looking at PAG money already tied in this project, and it's not enough. Where are we? I mean, there's people a lot smarter than me at this table. I'm kind of looking for an answer,
Mhm.
I think Mayor Murphy's gonna give you the answer.
No, I'm not. What did jump out at me on a couple of those projects, that it's been going on since 2007. That's almost as long as I've lived in Arizona. Can you touch on why you would start something? Because I see like an inflation factor, right? If you're in period 4 or the railroad or something, that's, obviously not the fault of a jurisdiction. But can you just explain like 2 of those projects that started in 2007?
So there were a combination of projects that were identified that were going to be delivered in multiple phases. So maybe they were 6, 8, 10 miles long. That's not going to be delivered in one chunk. So it needed to be split up and tackled strategically to address some of the worst areas first, yet still provide connectivity. So some of those 2007 dates may have referred to those activities were fired up for the initial portion that was built. Now we're down to the final one. You heard me talk about Houghton, Ron, Sigmund 7. So we've had 6 previously constructed pieces that built up the whole corridor. Tangerine, Silver Bell, others kind of fall in line with that type of activity. So there may have been some activities that were started at that point in time. They may have been interruptions for whatever reasons, various things. If you have specifics, I can try my best, but as a generality, that would be some of the ones that were longer lead or longer activities. That's why.
Thanks.
Supervisor Scott and then Mayor Honey.
Thank you. Mr. Ellis, it was difficult when we, meaning the county team, were going through the packet to determine the total shortfall. But what you're saying is the total shortfall is 195 million.
Right.
Okay. So some follow-up questions. What's the total amount of RTA TPT revenue expected in fiscal year 2025 and fiscal year 2026? And of that amount, how much is programmed in the TIP and how much is obligated in intergovernmental agreements?
Do you want to tackle that?
I'd be happy to. So we did include the fiscal year 25 adopted budget in the packet. So hopefully that answers that question. I'd be happy to open it up and walk through that. But adopted budget matches what's in the TIP. So anything that was relying on using RTA TPT dollars roll into the budget. The budget was roughly about $130 million. Out of that, I can open that page and give you the details if you like. But out of that, there's so many projects that are named, and it's mainly based on what is anticipated to be spent in fiscal year 25.
What about 26?
26, we haven't prepared a 26 budget yet, but we will. But at the same time, it will match TIP. So whatever's in the TIP will follow that same, essentially as the foundation for the fiscal year 26. It'll have some of the same elements, transit, some of the other IGAs that have been agreements. I'm sorry, some of the IGAs that will come forward that we don't have currently. But within the budget, we had $185 million. That's the last part of your question. We had $185 million worth of previous IGA commitments. That's identified in the budget as well.
So what you're saying is that the RTA TPT revenue for this fiscal year is in the TIP, and the fiscal year 2026 estimates are also in there?
So 2026, any projects that are going to be utilizing RTA dollars up to the ballot amount have been shown in the TIP. When we develop the fiscal year 26 budget, we'll use the TIP as the starting point and then identify, based on this discussion, what's ready to go, and we can add projects to the fiscal year 26 based on what's ready to go.
And the expected, the question dealt with the expected revenue,
It's roughly about the same. So it'll be about the same as 25 in the $130 million range.
Okay.
Yeah.
We did things out of order today, and that's fine. But the revenue update that was in the regional council packet said that the HERF 12.6 exceeded projections.
Correct.
What is that amount, and is it available to be programmed?
Yes. So again, I don't know if James is still here, if he has the exact amount, but that's reported to us by ADOT, and any revenues that become available that's not already programmed typically is programmed during the TIP cycle. So next year, as we develop the new TIP, then that additional fund would be available at that time.
So what is that?
Do you have the number by any chance? The additional HERF dollars?
Well, I have a total number. We are at about 98 million. Several million of that is interest, but I don't have the exact number today.
Well, we can prepare that information for the next meeting, but that's almost the ongoing process. We get an update from ADOT on what is the revenue collected. And then when we go to the tip process, then we can say, all right, there's X amount that now can be made available as we develop the new tip.
Since the next meeting is not till December, is there a way of getting that before then?
Yeah, I mean, again, the total is
98.5 million.
Yeah, but most of that is committed, so we just have to differentiate how much of it is not committed.
So you mentioned earlier, Mr. Ellis did, that this was based on the tip that was passed, the 25 to 29 tip, and the last estimates for RTA projects. When were those last updated?
So the updated efforts, or the updated information I got and the efforts done were over this past summer. So that's what leads to this now new information across these 7 projects. So that's most recent as of just within the last 1 to 2 months.
Okay, all right. Mr. Chair, thank you. The only other question that I had, and this was actually something that we prepared in July when we didn't have a quorum, but and I had shared this with you. This was a cost to complete document that the board got, our board, the RTA board got back in November of 2022. Our sense as a county team is that we found it really easy to follow, and would ask if, with all deference to the very extensive presentation that Mr. Ellis went through today, all we had coming into the meeting was what was in the packet.
Yeah.
But the cost to complete documents in this update that we got, as I said, back in November of 2022, we found this format to be a lot easier to follow, and would respectfully suggest that we use it in the future.
Well, of course, be happy to. And as you recall, we've had multiple discussions during that time, and we felt the same way, that this was helpful at that time for that purpose. Combining the tip document within here made it a little bit more, I think you have multiple sources for that information. So the tip information still can be added into this to make sure it's all in one place.
Yeah, I think, thank you for saying that. I think it's the format
Yep.
that we found most helpful, recognizing that there's been change since November of 2022 in terms of the content. It was the format that we found the most helpful. So I know that cost to complete is a standing agenda item. We've had that for a while. I'm glad that it's continually updated. I'm glad that we just heard that the estimates are current. You said, Mr. Ellis, within 1 to 2 months.
Yes, correct.
I think that kind of information as we go to this standing agenda item is going to be really helpful to make sure that all of us are as current as possible, especially given that at the last meeting, the September 5th meeting, Mayor Winfield, Mayor Romero, and myself all had cost to complete concerns that I think addressing them on an ongoing basis in this kind of very understandable format is going to be really helpful. Mr. Chair, thank you.
You're welcome. Mayor Honey, then Mayor Romero.
Well, I was just saying, addressing it, even on an ongoing basis, still doesn't solve the problem. We kind of know where we are. We're generating more money in tax revenue now than we thought we were. So we're actually above the curve. We're using some PAG money to assist in a lot of these projects. we're still at a point where do we fill the shortcomings? Do we push projects forward? Do we, attach PAG monies for the next 15 years? 20 years, whatever to get the projects done.
Are you doing that in the form of a motion?
No, but I'm being realistic. But we can identify these things. It's not gonna change where we are. It's really not gonna change where we are. How are we gonna solve the problem? And like I said, there's smarter people than me that can come up with ideas, Are we pushing projects forward or projects being eliminated, Or I think we're talking around the issue. I mean, I understand the formatting and everything helps. But if we're talking around the issue and we don't have the money, we've got a couple of choices. I think Mayor Romero had said maybe we might have to push some of them forward. Well, then that affects other things, RTA next. We've already used the PAG revenue 5 times. I think we're using 200,000 a year or 200 million a year, and we only get 40. I'm being sarcastic, but I'm trying to make a point. Instead of talking about what the problem is, and yes, we know more about it, we need to talk about the solution. And like I said, somebody smarter than me can come up with the solution. I may support it, but what is the solution? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mayor Honey. Mayor Romero and then Mayor Winfield.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Supervisor Scott regarding having a clear, well-defined spreadsheet that points out the funding needs, and this funding analysis spreadsheet that the last time it was presented to us was November of 2022. And it's really hard to make informed decisions if we do not see the complete picture, right? And being able to show not only the board, but the community, the complete picture with a spreadsheet, it should be easy. How many projects do we have? How much are the needs? How much is coming in? And how much of what's coming in can cover the projects that still need to be covered? And I don't see that. This is the first time I see that $195 million anticipated cost increase. We had some sort of an idea of how much that number would be, but we've been asking for this analysis for, I could easily say, the last 2 to 3 years. And I know things change, and I'm happy. Thank you. I'm glad that you sat down. You gave us a lot of information, but we still don't have a clear picture of what the funds that are coming in, that are RTA designated funds, and how much of those we can use for the projects that still need to be finalized. So although the information we have in front is better, I think that these funding and resources spreadsheet that was shared with Supervisor Scott is much better. And you also need to tell us how much revenue we're expecting and how much of that revenue is already allocated to projects. How much revenue is left over. That way we will know that if there are any funds from the RTA that will be able to cover that $195 million. So I still don't know. I don't know if it was included here. I still don't know how much anticipated revenue is coming in 26 and beyond.
Mr. Chair, if I may just again, the information in the tip identifies $685 million of revenue within the next 5 years. The 195 is the difference that's not identified, and that's the topic of the discussion, really.
Absolutely. Mayor Winfield and Mayor Murphy.
This isn't a silver bullet, Mr. Ellis, but when are there the opportunities in terms of value engineering, in terms of looking at these projects to try to, reduce, when does that come into play? Is it when a project's bid or when it's in design or all of those?
All the above. So typically, the jurisdictions have been able to benefit from past efforts. So value engineering efforts that were done on, say, Grant Road phases 1. Then the design teams and the jurisdictions are able to say, let's take those and apply them as we need to, not only on 3, 4, 5, 6, but other similar projects as well. So the jurisdictions get that kind of built-in heads up of these things are going to generate savings for us, and they're able to incorporate. A couple of jurisdictions are using alternate delivery methods, which allow for better contractor feedback input up front, so that it's designed to build those efficiencies already in. 22nd Bridge and Phase 2A on Tangerine are utilizing those as we speak. So I guess that's a common practice. We also still, as a common practice, will incorporate a value engineering workshop that we'll work with the jurisdictions on to host and review and evaluate with the contractor to say, what things do you see on top of what we've already built in? We've been learning on the fly. What do you think you have? What have you got access to that we wouldn't have been able to fold into? So it's throughout the entire life of the project would be how I'd answer that.
When they've started construction?
Right before they start construction.
Right before.
Yeah.
Once they're in construction, then that opportunity is lost. I mean, you're looking at change orders or.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't say lost as much as it kind of becomes more limited. By then, you really set your game plan going forward. You know what you're going to be working on. You've been able to determine those material choices that may be more advantageous. You've been able to already fold those aspects in.
Well, there's of these 17, there's 2 under construction.
4 under construction. 4 actively under construction.
4 actively under construction. Are there others that are ready to go to bid? So we've got 4 under construction of the 17, that leaves 13. Are there?
So one on top of that, I don't know if I can hit upon this. 4 actively in construction. The other one pending, we anticipate to start probably October would be my guess, maybe November on the outside. And then looking through the rest of the 12, we've got a couple that are going through the final stages of permit clearances. Trying to think of a couple of others. That's probably the ones that are furthest along with the 22nd Street Bridge. They've already hired the contractor due to the delivery methodology the city's picked, and we anticipate that one starting after the new year too. So they've been able to fold some of those principles, practices, and improvements already into the overall design. Without designing it and then correcting it, it's incorporating that from the get-go.
I don't know if there's an opportunity in some of those others. Again, I realize that's not a silver bullet, but nevertheless, it may be an opportunity to have some savings in terms of just, and I don't know if scope has affected some of the cost of some of these projects, if there's been some scope creep.
Well, my take on it and what I've learned from the jurisdictions, I don't believe any of them are suffering from the, scope creep, added extras or, well, we want extra. It'd be nice to. The jurisdictions, at least from what I've been able to see in the discussions I've had with them, they've been very good about sharing, look, this is what we need to provide. These are the needs that we're addressing. And we're not going to sacrifice performance. Nothing will be built that's going to compromise the overall efficiency, safety, and operations on that. But they're building those type of principles, practices, and reduction opportunities in from the get-go.
Then among these 17, and I realize things are changing, but at least in the last materials that I was looking at, I called out cold through, and it looked like there were 5 projects where no design work had started. There was 0 design work.
Let me see. I'm going to go back to. No, it's not in here.
But I guess the purpose of that discussion is if we talk about, so we have 4 projects that are already part of RTA Next, right? That were part of RTA 1. If we have projects where the design hasn't started, I mean, to me, that would seem like a natural place to go to say, are these projects that can be added to RTA next and let the public, let that be part of the discussion. Do you want these projects to go forward? And, explain that the funding challenges or just the revenue challenges that resulted from Great Recession and so.
So to answer your question specifically, if you look at that middle section for the compliance required 7, those are the ones that haven't. 3 of them, the Harrison Road Bridge, Valencia Central from I-19 to Alveron, the Barraza Aviation. You just approved the IGAs for 2 of those. Barraza Aviation is a program funding available to ADOT. So to your point, all the rest of them are in various stages of design. Some of them have started within the last few months, so they're early, but activities are fully underway with those.
But contracts have been let.
Contracts have been signed, yes, that's right.
And for clarification, only contracts have been signed for the design work.
It depends on, let me try to
I don't think
think.
any of them are design built.
But 5 out of those 7 are early stages. of
Yeah, so,
design, yes.
so to Mayor Winfield's point, those would be the ones that if we were going to consider moving would probably be the ones to focus on. Obviously, we're not going to move anything that's already partially built. We're not going to move any many things else. So I just want to make sure that, they're in design, but the contracts have not been let for the build.
No, now I understand your question. That's correct. They are in the design with design phase, IGA only and design activities under contract only.
Thank you.
So the 4 projects that we've identified, just our last, that are in RTA next, are they, there's no design work, there's no IGAs, they're just identified projects.
They had been started to some degree. I think 3 out of the 4 had some initial activities done on them over the course of probably the last 15 years and had been IGA, but then they've been tabled for various reasons, complications, difficulties, and that's why they were identified as candidates that could be moved into the deferred list. The 4th one's not had any activity.
Okay, Mayor Murphy, Supervisor Scott, Mayor Romero.
Thanks. No, I just want to go back to the TIP because at least from my memory, when we go through the TIP process, cost to complete, I mean, you only know what you know each year, that you updated. But a lot of the things, the shortfall, I know it's grown a little bit, but that does get identified every TIP that comes before us, does it not?
So every was one of the audit requirements that we're complying with, and we were doing already naturally. So we update and work with the jurisdictions to say what's the latest and greatest. And our target time brings summer before any TIP activities would then begin, so that we're using the latest and greatest information as we go forward into the programming phases.
That's been provided to us, correct?
Yeah, if I understand the question correct, yes, that's what in 2022, this was the latest one. And then since then, all of that information went through the TIP process, and then we developed the TIP. So the TIP ended up being the document that answered the portion of the question minus the 150.
Right, minus the 150, which is and then it really, to Mr. Newfield's point, if you're trying to value engineering, I know you work with the jurisdiction, but basically, we're the bank, right? We're the funding source. So if there's any value engineering possibilities, that really falls on us as the municipalities to look at it or not, correct? RTA staff doesn't have a lot of input, do they? Or do you go into those pre-construction, meetings and try collaboratively to come to a cheaper solution?
I think collaboratively, I think the jurisdictions have been very open and forthcoming to letting, we're part of the meetings, we're part of the discussions, recognizing they're the delivery entity. We're not going to overstep and tell them how to do it or what they have to choose. But I think the relationship's been strong enough to where their suggestions, particularly past examples of, we had a lot of success with X. Or, this project that we get to see on a regular basis, maybe on a more global level, hey, this one utilized Y. That may be an opportunity. Can you look into that? Feel free to give them a ring, talk to them and see if that's going to carry over applicability to it. So we try to make sure that we're offering that aspect of it in a contributory, helpful offering way without you have to do. Right,
because you are the global sort of umbrella, right? You're working with all of our municipalities on various projects and might have seen something earlier.
That's the value we try to bring, is whatever we've heard and ferret it out, meaning know that what you heard, was unique to that particular project in that circumstance. It wouldn't have applicability. So good to know, but yes, we saw that's working there. But we don't think it'll carry over. We try to bring that perspective on there. Oftentimes, a lot of the consultant teams have worked on multiple projects for multiple jurisdictions, so they have that similar exposure. So that collaboration, I think, was a good description for it. At least that's been my feeling on it. And I think the jurisdictions have been very, very good about welcoming that in the appropriate context.
Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Scott, Mayor Romero, Mayor Honey.
So a request and then a follow-up question. The request is that with a presentation like this one, can we get it as part of the packet? Because as I said in my opening remarks, we were not able to determine the total amount of the shortfall based on the packet materials. But this presentation clearly lays out what the shortfall is. So something like this, so that I have the opportunity to go over the content with the county team before the meeting, it would be helpful to have this kind of presentation in the packet.
Sure.
Second, the follow-up question is, do we know how much of unprogrammed RTA revenue and unprogrammed regional funds might help, to go to Mayor Honey's question about potential solutions? How much unprogrammed RTA revenue, how much unprogrammed regional funds might help to address the shortfall?
So on the HERF side, our latest estimate was roughly about 6 million. That's a contingency on program. Is that the right number, 6 million? So on the HERF side. On the RTA side, we have about $32 million reserved unprogrammed in the budget.
So that's a total of 38.
Roughly.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr.
In one fiscal year?
Fiscal year, yes, fiscal year 25.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a lot of questions, but let's start with in terms of your RT project statutory delivery priorities. We have most of the projects, the city of Tucson are in here. And some of the projects we've started, for example, Grant Road 5 and 6, 90% design is ready, and we've been put on hold by the RTA executive director because according to this delivery priorities chart that we were presented, I don't think this board voted on this chart. We were presented these priorities. Funds must be available to start above projects before moving into supplemental funds to finish projects. But then above that, in the construction phase project status, wait, hold on. In the construction phase piece, it says jurisdictional requests for supplemental funds for projects in construction or construction-ready projects take priority. And so we have been asking, we're ready to go. We need to move forward with Grant Road 5-6, and we're being told no. Very similar with Grant Road UPR. Right, that's the UP Railroad. The project has been held up by the RTA because they don't agree with a pedestrian bridge that we have. They say it's ineligible in scope, but our design project saves the RTA about $20 million. Yet we have been put on hold because the RTA doesn't think that the design element regarding pedestrian bridges is part of what was the original RTA project. Yet the RTA has known about this design element for the last 4 years. And so it seems to the city of Tucson that our projects are being put on hold, and yet we are being told that there are certain projects that need to move forward when certain RTA projects are ready to go and we're ready to start construction. So like you said, Supervisor Scott, we need to see clearly what the first and foremost, the interpretations of ARS rules are. I actually believe that we need a second opinion in terms of what needs to go first before certain projects start with construction. And we have a lot of questions about the possibility of the city of Tucson moving forward projects that are pretty much ready to go, but are not part of the TIP. All in all, we go back to what Mayor Tony said. We need to know and we need a plan, and I think the executive director should lead us here. We need a plan in terms of how we are going to fill the budget gap. And the budget gap I've seen today, that is $195 million. How much money do we have in terms of RTA funds? We heard 38 million for this coming year. How are we going to plug in those funds to continue the projects that are ready for construction? Because they're ready for construction. And it would be a lie to tell the voters that we must comply with starting projects before July 1st, 2026, if those projects are really not ready to be constructed. So might as well spend RTA funds on those projects that are ready to. That is my perspective. I really like, Mr. Mogini, for you to give us some ideas in terms of how we fill this budget.
Be happy to, Mr. Chair, Mayor Romero. Again, this diagram was a tool to make that decision hopefully a little bit easier as we have projects that are ready to come to you. So today you had multiple IGAs that came to you to meet exactly that priority, Harrison Bridge, and I believe the second one.
Valencia Central.
Valencia. So we're marching towards that. And then as part of those 7 projects, again, Rick touched on it, some of those now potentially need more money, but they're fully programmed in the TIP based on the information we had back in May. So those 7 projects were fully programmed, ready to go. They may need a little bit more now, and that's where this extra reserve comes in. If you want to tap into that reserve to get those 7 projects moving forward, then we have that capacity. The additional 4 projects on the bottom, we believe that all of them, with the exception of 2, have been fully programmed in the TIP, unless new numbers, and I believe it was 7 million on Tangerine, 8 million on Houghton. So that's another $15 million that may be needed for those 2 projects. And that's at the end of the day, that's the decision of the board. But those 7 projects, in our opinion, those have to be fully funded, ready for construction by July 1 to meet compliance. The other 4 in the bottom, we do not have that compliance requirement. That's why the board needs to, on a case-by-case decision, make a decision. Where do you want to spend any additional potential funds that we may have? But that doesn't change the total yet. The total is still 190 that we need to identify where it comes from. That's the challenge we're having. It's a revenue challenge and costs going up on annual basis. Well, in this case, it's probably even within the last 6 months, the costs have gone up. So at some point, we need to make a decision. Do we have enough revenue? And if we don't have enough revenue, the next decision is which projects do you want to move to RTA next, for example? So those are the conversations we need to have.
Mayor Honey.
Okay, I have been lobbying on behalf of the city of Tucson on Grant Road 5 and 6. And now I'm going to charge you guys an arbitrator's fee as well I'm not saying who's right, but I'm saying get the project done. Withdraw your request for the pedestrian walkway, which is not on site. Submit your request, which is ready for the roadway improvement. Get the approval, do the roadway improvement, and we'll fight over the pedestrian bridge later, but at least it gets your intersection done. And I mean, I'm not going to charge you a fee or anything, but that's kind of what I'm looking at. No, I'm trying to get projects done.
Yeah.
I've been doing this a long time. If the fight's over the pedestrian bridge, apply strictly for the intersection, get the funding and do the project. We can fight over the pedestrian bridge for the next 5 years, but it gets the roadway project done. I'm just trying to get the city something that they want to get done, and maybe we don't fall through the cracks, because I was lobbying on behalf of that project. The other thing is Rahina and Ed sat in the corner and talked. Mayors, we kind of talk up here, but you know, we've got to identify something, a solution to the issue. And what Rahina and I were talking about is, do we try to push 3 or 4 projects forward and get the funding for all the rest of the projects? And even with the walking bridge, I'm just thinking out loud, is if that's the holdup, you could still get the intersection done, even if that's the holdup, and then we can fight over that, but as a different issue or something. I'm just trying to figure out a way. I'm usually the guy that's pretty hardcore, but I want to see some of these things work, and I'm trying to come up with solutions that will work. Yeah. And we're talking around in circles. I think Mayor Romero got more to the point. We got to identify the solution. And we can talk all day. We're not going to accomplish anything if we don't come up with, are there 4 projects that could be pushed forward?
And Mayor Honey, I'm 100% agreeing. We got to identify it. I want to point out a couple of things that, and this probably should be our last close, and so we can get into the PAG meeting. First time I've ever read in writing about 2 projects, First Avenue and final phase of Grant Road, are not fully funded for construction due to the financial constraints, and it's anticipated another 146 million is needed. That's significant. So if we know 146 and 195 that we're short is on those 2 projects. In order to get to some of these solutions, because I think we've already talked about some of the things we're doing. We're talking about maybe moving some more of these forward. But I've got a problem with this laid out because of this reason. I understand compliance required for these 7 projects by law must start construction. Well, obviously not if we move. If we move them, we're not. My concern is, what's the ramifications of any of those 7 that we have to, and we're holding funding in the tip, we're holding funding everywhere else to get those started, where we know we might have a couple projects down below 5 and 6, for an example, that we can move forward. What I still don't have a clear understanding of all the rules, the 10% above, the expectations, and what by law happens if we don't start one of those by July 1st. I don't think they're gonna come arrest you and put you in jail. Just checking, but I don't think that's the answer. So
Mr. Chair, I think the best way to describe that is within the statute, there's a requirement to perform, and that requirement, we have oversight by the legislators and the audit team and the audit committee. So there's every 5 years, we're audited, we have recommendations from the audit, and then they come back with their report. Most recently, they issued their report, and it's in your packet, that with the remaining 2 years of the RTA plan, we recommend to implement these projects, and we identify that $149 million is not funded through the RTA. So that's the recommendation. And then obviously they report that to the legislators, and ultimately this body is a subdivision of the state, and the legislators potentially have additional questions for us, and we report to the audit committee, and hopefully at some point when we're called to go and testify and report to them, we can demonstrate that we've been able to solve these problems as much as possible, and we have. In the past, we've presented to them and we said we use PAG dollars to do X, Y, and Z. So ultimately, that's what they're looking for, and the audit is looking for performance towards the plan. So those are not legal issues. Those are we doing what we said we're gonna do? But then within the provisions of the law and the statutes, there's certain things that we have authority to do, and there's certain things we don't have authority to do. And that's where those provisions come in. If the law is clear that we don't have authority to do X, Y, and Z, then obviously our recommendation to you is to comply with what's the law.
So my concern is exactly what Tony says. I think what it's at the core of Merrill's concerns. We've got money out there. We've got 7 projects that haven't started, but we're worried about making sure we start some of them. We've got projects that are ready to go, and a great suggestion on UP Grant Road. Let's push it. Let's isolate the argument. So I think we really need to understand what it is that are our options available for solutions. And I think this great brief, Rick, it made it very clear to me how much money we're short. I still think the Excel spreadsheet shows it in the best manner, but I think we also need to know what are the problems on just taking all the money we know we've got coming to the tip. If we remove 3 projects, can we reassign that money to some of these projects that we can't done? Or there are other legal barriers we're gonna find then? Because if we start making those kind of moves and then we find out, well, we still can't spend money there because we're up against the 10% rule or the interpretation of the 10%. I mean, we need to know that because we just need to know because these are gonna be hard decisions. So a long RTA meeting today, Rick, it was a great presentation. This, as I've heard from many of you, is the most important thing that we've got going forward because it's going to impact RTA next. So I think it's time that we can ask questions. If our next meeting is not until December, which is what I heard today, I think it's very easy for all of us, the executive director and his team, get the questions we've got that we don't understand still. I found all your numbers short form, but they were embedded in these forms that look nothing like yours and look nothing like the Excel spreadsheet. So I think simplification for the data is best for us. Mayor Hone.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's important enough. I'm going to my daughter's on Thanksgiving for a week, so I'm not coming to a meeting at that time. And on November 6th, I'll either be drinking a shot in celebration or trying to get drunk because I don't want to know. But I'm willing to meet I think it's important enough to do it.
Appreciate that.
And it's somewhere between November 6th and I'll probably gotta leave about the 20th or something to go to my daughter's, and I'm not coming to the meeting. I'm going to my daughter's house. But this is really important. I think we've made some progress. Do we have an answer? But at least we're kind of wiggling around to where we might. If you think we can accomplish, I would say do one.
Can I get a sense from the rest of the board? Is everybody else willing to try to meet before December?
I can't, other than I have a wedding I'm going to in November and then Thanksgiving. So if it works for me, absolutely.
I would probably ask the director then to start looking the last week in October through Thanksgiving to see when we can and see if we've got a date that works for all of us.
I'm not coming November 7th because I don't know what I'll be.
I thought you were worried about your election. but-
No, my election's done, but in reality, I mean, I'm going Thanksgiving, Mayor Murphy's going Thanksgiving out of town or whatever. I'm going, but if we can meet between the 7th and the 18th or 20th or something like that, I'm good. I think it's important enough to do that, and I don't like a lot of meetings, especially the last 5 hours. But is it important enough that maybe we don't want to wait then?
So in that case, I'd like to direct the executive director and staff to start coordinating and try to find a meeting between the last week of October and before the Thanksgiving holidays. And see what can work and put out options so that we can take and try to get a schedule. Because
I'm going trick-or-treating on the 31st.
based on that, I just want to thank all of you. I've always joke and kind of make fun of the fact that I'm the only non-elected official on this board. So you all do an incredible job represent your communities and what you believe is right for the region as well as your communities. And so thank you all for having the tough conversations when it's time to have them. And we've got more in front of us. So at this point, I'm going to adjourn the RTA board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right.
Wow.
This is when you normally finish the RTA.
Yeah, that's why I said, why do you do the RTA first? Everybody's asleep by then.
Well, who's ready for the fastest PAG regional? Make a motion to approve everything. I will go ahead and call this to order. Mr. Ledford, I don't think we need to do a roll call. Because Jackie knows us all intimately by now. Mr. Ledford, do we have anybody for call to the public?
For fear of getting it wrong, I'm unaware of any speakers at this time.
They were, if so, they would have been an extraordinarily patient person.
Yeah.
Item number 3, approval of the May 30, 2024 meeting summary.
So second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Thank you. Then we'll go to item 4, consent agenda items for information. Mr. Mogimi.
Mr. Chair, I don't have anything to add unless anyone has any questions.
I just have a question regarding the, you have the Catalina Consulting contract there?
Yes.
And this is, what is this? Is this for the,
We utilize them to help us with the RMAP. With RMAP, but again, the RTA is a
like
subset of
promotion for RMAP?
the whole activity. They were helping us. And then, so RTA is a subset of the RMAP as well. So they helped us with all that.
And this is, how long is the contract for?
It just expired.
Yeah, but are you renewing it?
Well, again, based on the discussion we had previously, if they're interested to submit, they can submit, but we're going to advertise. If they're willing to submit for it, then they would be in the mix of potential candidates.
But this is a $45,000 a contract, is it? My question is, are you renewing the contract in
Do
this?
not need to renew them. They have the option to submit a proposal if they wish to do so.
Okay. Great. No more questions.
Thank you, Mayor Romero. Any other comments or questions on item 4? Yeah, item 5, staff will provide details on tip amendment 2022.120 as provided in the meeting materials. This is Mr. Ledford.
Mr. Chair, members of the council, this amendment will fulfill the city of Tucson's request to shift roughly $4.2 million of FTA 5307 apportionment funds between 2 procurement related tip IDs in fiscal 23 and to program the additional $260,000 of remaining FTA 5307 apportionment funding for that year as well.
Now we're gonna move fast.
THR broke the YouTube.
So Mr.
So it's still, is it still not a public meeting?
Yeah, so
Whether
Mr.
we have
Chair,
YouTube or not?
just for clarification, if it was a full remote meeting, obviously we can't continue, but since it's been advertised as it's open to the public is able to attend, it's at your pleasure. They still can't hear us, but technically it is an open meeting and we can continue.
Let's continue.
All right. This amendment is effectively an accounting-driven request and would typically be administrative in nature, but per policy, the amount of funding shifted dictates that we follow the formal amendment process. This amendment was unanimously recommended for approval by the Transit Working Group, TPC, and Management Committee. Today, we're seeking the council's approval of this amendment, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Second.
I guess they don't have any questions. Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're on to item 6, 2024 PAG Title 6 Implementation Plan. This is similar to an item that we reviewed on the RTA Board agenda several hours ago. Mr. McLaughlin.
Hi, yeah, thank you. I would now like to talk about PAG's Title VI plan. So there's some discrepancies or differences. But as I mentioned in the RTA Board meeting, Title VI of the 1964 Civil Rights Act does require that any federally funded planning, programming, project implementation activities be free of discrimination on the basis of race, color, or national origin. The Pima Association of Governments currently receives federal funding from the Federal Highway Administration, or FHWA, for the region's transportation planning projects. And therefore PAG must also comply with these federal requirements. Arizona Department of Transportation, or ADOT, requires that PAG's Title VI plan, non-discrimination policy, and limited English proficiency, or LEP plan, be reviewed and approved by the regional council on an annual basis. As a state subrecipient of federal funds, staff have worked hand in hand with ADOT Civil Rights Office to confirm that this Title VI plan meets all federal requirements for both the Federal Highway Administration and the Federal Transit Administration. The Title VI plan outlines the manner in which PAG's federally funded transportation projects comply with the requirements of Title VI, as well as how the RTA responds to complaints or allegations of discrimination. This plan also contains the procedures for filing a Title VI complaint, as well as a copy of the Title VI complaint form, which is available in both English and Spanish. So with that, I'll request the approval of this plan for the regional council, so PAG can be in complete compliance within ADOT and FHWA.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm uncomfortable about our loss of the plan. If we, we tell people they can attend via video. And now they can, and I just checked because I look like we're gonna recover that link anytime soon. So I don't think we should do any more. I mean, I don't want to be in pain, but I don't think that's okay.
General Maxwell.
So I understand your concern since it was advertised that way, so then I'll beg the question. I'm thinking it from the ADOT perspective, all of our stuff's advertised to go on, like, but if we're gonna lose the link, it's still a public meeting. I mean, I'd be curious about how all your cities run it. If you lose your virtual, do you stop the meeting?
No, we don't, Chairman. We don't, and we have virtual as well, Mr. Chairman.
Certainly.
Yeah, if it stops, we continue.
I do too. I always respect your opinions on things, Thomas, but this one to me is. I think you'd be able to argue it the other way.
Sorry, is there an update that might resolve this?
I've got IT saying they think they can get it back, but give them about 3 minutes.
Okay, let's give them 3 minutes. Usually we take a little bit of break, and if we can't recover it, we just continue because the business has to continue.
Supervisor Scott thought this was gonna be the fastest meeting. Be elected chairperson.
Technology.
And that was one that I wasn't as conservative.
It's just
Yep.
So I think we had,
We had a motion.
thank you, yeah, but we hadn't voted, did we vote on
What
it?
is it? Reminded where we were.
Yeah, where were we?
Item six, item six, moved and approved.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, and so Thomas interjected right before we got to item 7, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, item 7, staff will be available to report on information for the Regional Transportation Revenue Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the Regional Council, if you'll turn to Table 3 and Figure 1 in your Regional Transportation Revenues Report. Through June, there was more than 186 million in HERF and BLT collected across the region. Of that 186 million, PAG collected about 31.5 million of that regional funding. The remainder was distributed directly to our jurisdictional partners. Regional HERF revenues were at an almost 4% increase year over year. Over the 5-year average, we stood at over 12%. And Table 4 shows 12.6 in detail. Through June, we collected $31.5 million, which is 14.7% more than the ADOT official forecast and nearly 9% stronger than last year. Table 5 shows HERF 2.6 with stronger than expected collections totaling 7.1 million through June, which is 10% stronger than last year. And with Table 6 through June, PAG had over 98 million in an interest-bearing account. Most of these dollars are spoken for. In Table 7, we look at the city and town HERF distributions year to date. Table 8 shows the HERF 12.6 and 2.6 we've already seen. And additionally, we have Pima County HERF and Pima County vehicle license tax, the portion set aside for transportation use only. And Table 9 has the previous 5 years and lets you see how much HERF your city or town received. Table 10 shows us gallons of gas sold in Pima County through the various fiscal years. We normally like to see about 13%, and through June, we were just under 13% for the fiscal year. And in Table 11, about 123 million has been collected in TPT through June, trending for nearly 3.5% gain over the adopted budget. That also mimics the percent rise over last year's actuals, just over 3.5%. Mr. Chair, that concludes my update. Thank you.
Sir, any questions from anybody? Mayor Romero?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I see that the 2024 actuals are outpacing the budget. And what is the plan to use the surplus for the 2024 budget, and how much is that?
So Mr. Chair, Madam Mayor, currently including the 10% reserve, we see about $32 million in restricted funds that were not programmed in the fiscal 25 budget. So revenues outpaced budget by that amount. Ideally, we program those dollars during the tip cycle. And so that would be the ideal way to handle it.
So there's $32 million in above what we had projected.
In excess of what the budget was, yes. And 10% of that is a reserve amount. So the available funding, not available, but the restricted amount that's currently listed is around 20 million. So about 12 million of that is in the reserve amount that's not for programming at the moment.
Okay, so it's about $20 million that we're above.
Well, no, in total it's 32, but we have a 10% rule where we hold a certain amount of excess through that fiscal year. So Mr. Mogimi can clarify on that, but we would program that in the next tip cycle ideally.
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Chair, Mayor Romero, it's already budgeted for in the fiscal year 25. We have $32 million projected revenue and reserved in the fiscal year 25. And I believe what James is implying is that next year we'll probably be in the same situation.
Alrighty, so how do we allocate these funds for RTA projects?
So going back to the previous conversation, we have to have that discussion and decide which projects have the priority, which ones need to be completed. So same discussion as the last item on the RTA agenda.
And when do we get a chance to have that conversation?
At the next RTA board meeting.
Okay, so we are going to have a clear picture of what additional funds we're going to have in front of us so that we can decide where those funds go.
Correct. Again, it's already budgeted for in the RTA fiscal year 25 budget. Yes.
General Max.
So I get that it's in the budget. Do you know where it's budgeted, what line it's in right now? Is it in that? That reserve? So it's already in the reserve budget, which this board could determine if they want to spend some of the reserves.
Yeah.
Because, we have town codes where we have restrictions and wastewater and all those kinds of things. Is it the same, or could also the restricted reserves, that's different than, there's 32 and
There's 32 and 10. And so this goes back to the RTA board discussion. Yes, sir.
so we could use all of the 32 or protect the 10% and use the other. That's in our discretion.
So by RTA board's policy, and this is a long standing policy, we've always set aside 10%. So that's why there's two line items. There's 10%. And then there's also the second restricted line item, and that's based on our recent conversations, which projects are going to be eligible for that funding. So 32 million total at the board's pleasure, ensuring that that's compliant for the use of those funds.
Right. Okay, thanks.
Mayor Honey.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Certainly.
Mr. Buckini, these are funds in addition to the state and federal, the 12-6 STP, whatever monies we're getting, that PAG has over above expenses. Now, you said over above what was programmed. I mean, is there more than 32 or less? I mean, we didn't spend right to the penny.
So, yeah, Mr. Chair, Mayor Honey, it goes back to the question that Supervisor Scott had. So only HERF dollars have performed a little bit better, and it's about $6 million. The rest of it is all program. It's all spoken. So $6 million of HERF dollars. And then on the RTA side, it's the $32 million of reserve dollars. Other than that, the federal dollars are typically coming in at about the same, so we don't anticipate an increase in the federal dollars.
But we could have additional dollars for some of these projects we're talking about.
We're talking small amounts, but yes, the HERF dollars are typically in that $5 to $10 million potential additional dollars. And those are typically, goes back to what James was saying, those are typically they brought back to the TIP process, they're programmed through the TIP process. When we start the TIP again next year, those dollars are brought to the table.
Okay, I'm just kind of looking at, any dollar that's not nailed down somewhere.
Yes.
That's more than we thought we were gonna have with PAG or RTA.
Yeah.
We need to kind of throw it in the pile. At least it's possibly available for some of the things.
But again, as a reminder, access to HERF dollars, that's managed by ADOT, that has to go through the TIP process.
So, Mr. Chair?
Please.
Our staff have informed us that the TIP subcommittee is not allowed to program RTA revenue in the TIP. So again, what process do we use? This board, PAG, both PAG board and RTA board, like Mayor Honey said, to be able to program money into the remaining projects that are realistically ready to be constructed. Because what we have been informed, and I don't know, you can all go back to your TIP representatives, is that the TIP subcommittee is not allowed to program RTA funds in the TIP. And so I think that we need that clarity so that we can start answering those, but we do, board and RTA board can.
Yes.
So we have to have that conversation in terms of like, where are the monies? Where are the not stapled dollars that we can use to be able to start delivering the RTA 1 project as much as we can, right? They need to be tangible, construction ready projects that we can deliver to the voters.
Sure, be happy to answer that. So the TIP process is a PAG process, PAG and RTA being separate entities. During the TIP process, we only identify funds to match the ballot amount. Anything above and beyond the ballot is at the discretion of the RTA board. So we need direction from RTA board before we can go back and amend the TIP. Otherwise, there's no understanding of where the board wants to spend those dollars.
Any other questions, comments?
I have one.
Go ahead, Mayor Honey.
More of a comment. It's up until June 30th, 2026. Pretty much any revenues, PAG or RTA, unattached, didn't spend for some reason or whatever. You know, if we could I know it's a big ask, but kind of where is it? And is there money on something else that we're not going to be able to spend? You know, we roll it over in our budgets if we're going to do it, but you know, at 26, this the RTA one is done. I know it's PAG meeting, Mr. Chairman, but RTA next is a whole different tax. You know, it's a whole different program. They're not mingled. We can co-mingle them if we want to push stuff into it or whatever, but you know, I just, if there's revenue is kind of in crisis mode right now. And if there's a couple of million here and there, it might not be enough to do a project, but if we start adding some of this stuff together, you know, I'd kind of like to be aware of any excess revenues. I mean, I didn't realize we were going to have this much money left over in PAG. And I know there were restrictions on some.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, Mayor Mahoney, if I may, so we've already put out the request to all the entities to identify which projects they anticipate that they can close. And if there's budget remaining on those projects, that hopefully they will inform us. Unfortunately, and I'm looking at Rick, I think we only got a few $1 million in responses. So that will be identified through the TIP process. So if there's a few $1 million savings on one project, you can move it to a different project during the TIP process. That whole TIP process starts again in May. So we'll go through that and identify any additional HERF dollars or federal dollars that can be used on other projects. But that's usually during the TIP process, and we're required to follow the TIP process because it's federal and state dollars.
It seems to me we've heard that $32 million figure as likely being consistent for 2 consecutive years, right?
Most likely, yes.
Therefore, that's $64 million that could go towards the $195 million shortfall.
Correct. That's our hope as well.
Okay. Sure. Mr. General Max.
I just want to confirm, so that reserve money is money that we as an entity have programmed it as reserves in the budget.
You have budgeted as a reserve, yes.
Call reserve equal to contingency?
In this case, because we have statute provisions to meet, I would say it's reserved for purposes that are eligible to use those.
Okay, so not necessarily to be used elsewhere. I just want to make sure, because I mean, we learn something new every day, and I just learned that we put 32 million every year in reserves. And to Mayor Honey's point, at this point, it's all hands on deck.
Mr. Chairman, we were gonna get out of here in a hurry, and I'm talking more than anybody. No, but the 32 million is excess over estimated expenses. How much money is already in the reserve?
Budgeted.
So the fact,
Well, I mean, in the reserve, how much, we set aside 10%. Is there 30 million in there already?
no,
Plus
so,
the 232s or something?
yeah, Mr. Chair, if I may again, so annual budget, we project the revenue, project all expenses, and fiscal year 25. After the expenses, we identified the $10 million reserve and the $20 million restricted reserve. So that's where the 30 million comes from. So next year, we anticipate if our revenue holds, we're probably going to be close to that number, potentially maybe even higher if we have less number of projects to identify for expenditures.
Mr. Chairman.
But transit is the biggest one. I'm
To
sorry.
expand on, the chairman is a school teacher, I'm not, but you know, we're talking 10 and 20 is 30 and 10 and 20 is 30 and 30 and 30 is 64, 30.
Yeah.
I mean, all of a sudden, we're at $100 million.
Well, that's.
I mean, you know, it's, we could bury it in a, you know, in a can, but December 30th, 2026, the clock stops.
Mr. Chair, Mayor Holney, that's why the audit team came back with 149 as the number. That they have 149 as unidentified number.
Okay, minus 64.
No,
It's from the 195.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. 195 is our number. Once you add roughly 60, you get back to that 149 roughly.
But then you talked about restricted reserves and 10 million. I'm wanting to take another 60 off of it.
I agree. And Mr. Chair, if I could I just want to confirm, you said, we plan the revenues and the expenses and then these reserves are planned. These are a planned item.
In the budget.
So it's, you make them work because it's not you add up all your expenses and then say, oh, we got 30 million left over. It's a planned 30 million that you're going to put in the reserves.
In this case, yes. Yes.
I just want to make sure that it's a plan. It's not we've got more revenues than we had expenditures. It is as they build the budget, they put that 30 million aside for revenues.
Thank you, General Maxwell. Mayor Murphy.
And just to clarify, we don't have 10 years worth of these reserves built up, right? I think that's what Mayor Honey was going to. We're two at the most, right?
So we got fiscal year 26 remaining. So after this year, fiscal year 26, and that's the end of RTA 1.
Right, but we don't have this reserve back from 2019.
No, it's annually programmed. It's in the budget.
And what do we do? So to the question, what do you do if we don't spend the reserves?
You can spend it in the following year. I mean, so as you see, we have a 5-year plan. So the RTA will have a fiscal year 27, 28, 29, and you can spend those dollars in those future years.
So let me mention one other thing from this document. If you look at table number 1, underneath table number 1, there's an asterisk that notes that only STBG greater than 200,000 is shown and not STB sub-allocated to urban areas with lower population thresholds. So that's about 75% of our total STBG. Just in the interest of time, could the regional council get a complete breakdown of the federal funding coming into the region and its uses? I recognize the language in the asterisk and that it's reported because that's the funding that you can use for RTA projects, but would still like to get that more complete.
Yeah, and I have to go back and talk to staff about how it was differentiated, but I assume that's probably what it is. That those are the dollars programmed to RTA projects. Do you have that answer?
I don't have the STBG answer.
Okay.
Sorry.
Can we get it?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Thank you.
If I may add to that, so in terms of the SDBG, we receive the funding in 3 different population buckets. And we program 100% of our what's called obligation limitation, that 15.5 or 6 billion to fulfill RTA commitments. The remainder of the smaller population buckets we use for PAG OWP operations, or we have released some of the funds for calls for projects as well.
I appreciate that very much. And again, just I can only imagine what goes into having to put together these packets, but that kind of information I think is good for us to have beforehand. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Anything else under item number 7? And that was an information item. Item number 8, 2055 Regional Mobility and Accessibility Plan Development Update. Ms. Oden, you win the title of most patient person in. What about us? You had patient.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members of the PAG Regional Council. So I am not Jeanette, but my name is Hannah Oden. I'm a planning coordinator at PAG, and I will be providing a status update on the development of the 2055 Regional Mobility and Accessibility Plan, or the RMAP as I'll refer to it as during my presentation, which is the federally required long-range transportation plan for the PAG region. All right, so I'm just going to start by sharing some committee updates since the last regional council meeting. So the RMAP working group They were hard at work, meeting and discussing the plan. That group continued meeting through August. Since the group started meeting, there was a total of 7 meetings. So productive one-on-one conversations and meetings with member jurisdictions to really refine the RMAP project list to ensure that it meets both the fiscal constraint and also included high priority projects for member agencies. And the working group did recommend approval of a draft project list at their August meeting. So big thanks to all those representatives. It was a big lift and a big effort. And the working group also reviewed and recommended performance targets associated with the RMAP performance measures, as well as the fiscal constraint number and financial plan methodology, which I'll provide a little more detail on during my presentation. The PAG data science team also provided updates on the land use model and activity-based model to the working group, which is a critical component of the RMAP, those 2 models. We also shared public outreach updates, which I'll also provide more detail on later in my presentation. The biggest TPC update is that the project list was approved at that meeting in August. So this was a really critical approval needed to begin the modeling work essential to the RMAP to move forward to the next stages of the planning process. All right, and this slide just shows some background and updates on the financial plan. So the original forecasts were developed in March of 2021. A comparison of methodologies and aggregate forecast amounts by funding source was provided at the July 2022 TPC meeting. The TPC approved the underlying framework in January of 2023, and revisions were taken to TPC last month in August of 2024. So since January 2023, related to that framework, just some updates. So we updated the official HERF forecast from ADOT, updated the official RTA forecast from the Eller Business Research Center, updated federal funding to reflect current apportionments, and also included revisions to the local funding contributions and grants based on discussions with member agencies. All right, and this slide just shows a comparison of a forecast from the for the 2055 RMAP currently under development and the 2045 RMAP update, which was adopted by the Regional Council in 2020. Just so some key points and takeaways from this slide, the fiscal constraint for the 2055 RMAP is $16.2 billion based on the forecasted revenue, and this was $15.1 billion in the 2045 RMAP update. The 2055 RMAP also has a 30-year planning horizon, while the previous plan had a 25-year planning horizon. The 2055 forecast, that used more authoritative and cooperatively determined forecasts for funding sources, rather than the in-house forecasts that were more relied on for the 2045 RMAP update. Adjustments were also made to local funding contributions based on jurisdictional input, and that figure was higher in the last RMAP, as you can see on this slide. All right, so moving on to model development. So these inputs are critical to the RMAP development and the associated analysis. So we do work closely with member jurisdictions as part of the modeling process for inputs and data verification and validation as well. So the land use model inputs include population projections of known projects, including both residential and employment projects and redevelopment. The activity-based model, or ABM, so that includes socioeconomic data, employment data, as well as transit and roadway. All right, so I'm going to move on to more of the public outreach and survey promotion side. So this is a brief summary of the public outreach that promoting the RMAP survey. So we received a total of 4,481 responses as part of that effort. So it was almost 5,000, so we're excited about that number. And the survey was open for 6 weeks, so it ran from June into July. There was both a paid and non-paid multimedia campaign, which included English and Spanish radio, print, TV, and digital ads, as well as digital kiosks. A news release was sent to local media, and the survey was promoted in 7 articles and news interviews as well. We also relied heavily on community organizations, local businesses, and government offices to help us promote the survey. A variety of organizations were targeted, such as the Chambers of Commerce, local nonprofit groups, neighborhood groups and associations, and many more. Those are just to name a few. And we also promoted the survey at some in-person events. These are really meant to target low income, minority, senior, and limited English proficiency populations, just to make sure that we could ensure that all voices were heard and reached as part of this survey. So PAG staff attended events scheduled by local organizations such as food banks, and attended events at neighborhood centers as well. So in total, as PAG staff, we attended 10 events and engaged 333 people. Paper copies of the survey were also available at all of these events, both in English and Spanish, if participants wanted to respond in that way. An additional targeted outreach is planned for next month to ensure that we reach additional community members. All right, and so this slide just shows a summary of some of the survey results related to transportation priorities. So this chart shows the overall priority ranking. So the responses were weighted, so whether it was first, second, or third. So the results provided the overall ranking for each of these 9 options. So as you can see on the slide, roadway conditions, what is far and away the top priority, which is probably not a surprise to you all. So with the weighting, the bar chart above does show that the roadway condition is so much higher than the others because it was the most popular first, second, and third priority. The second and the fourth priorities were all very close. So you'll see that the road intersection and safety is just barely ahead of reducing traffic congestion, and both are closely followed by reducing crosstown travel time. And the other results, as you can just go down the chart, you can see all of the options there. All right, and this is just another summary slide from the survey showing hypothetical regional budget breakdown. So users could apply dollar amounts in $1 and $10 increments up to $100 along these categories. Similar to the previous question, the most popular options, again, using these hypothetical dollars where community members wanted to see funding allocated. The one that received the most hypothetical funding was to improve existing roads, followed by safety improvements, and then reducing congestion. So all of the 9 categories, I think there were 9, yeah, so all the categories here, so it included safety improvements, improving existing roadways, transit enhancements, reducing congestion, improving air quality, technology improvements, bicycle and pedestrian enhancements, and other roadside corridor amenities. All right, so just to wrap up the public engagement. So this is a visual recap of where we are for the 2024 RMAP engagement, but the target date of spring for 2025 for finalizing and approving the plan. So we're on track with phase 2 outreach. So this has a focus on special interest focus groups, neighborhood open houses, and additional community events. So really reaching out to folks that we felt were still underrepresented from the first round of engagement with that survey. As always, if the public has any comments or feedback, they can always stop by our office or email us at info@pagregion.com. And as I mentioned, there will be, of course, additional opportunities for public engagement. All right, and just to kind of wrap it up, kind of a high-level view of where we are with the overall RMAP timeline. So right now, with that project list approved, the data science team is getting started on the modeling effort. GIS has been hard at work with the map prep. We've been working on beginning to draft the document. You can see additional opportunities for engagement meetings on the schedule. But again, the target timeline for plan adoption is May of next year. All right, and this concludes my updates. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Oden, thank you very much. Comments or questions from council members? General Maxwell?
Just for clarification, thank you for the briefing. By the way, that was good. We're efficient. We're definitely the most patient among us. So on the documents we got for the plan, you've got in plan and then you got proposed reserve. Is the in plan all in the physically constrained portion of the plan, and then the proposed reserves the not physically constrained portion of the program?
And Mr. Chair, I'm General Maxwell. That's correct. So the in-plan project list that counts towards that $16.2 billion fiscally constrained number, then the reserve list do not count towards that.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, General Maxwell. Any other questions or comments?
I have a comment.
Mayor Diaz.
It looked like, to me anyway, when I was
looking at the charts. It looked like transit transportation is way down versus road improvements and easier access and all this other stuff. So it kind of, I don't know, you focus on improvements of all of this is that I guess RTA is pretty much on track as far as road access and stuff like that. That's my comment.
Thank you, Mayor Diaz. Mayor Romero.
Mr. Chair, I think that's why it's so important to note when you call out the priorities of the RMAP and the input through a survey. That's why I believe TPC was the committee that recommended you go out again because of the horrific lack of diversity in your demographics. Of course, people over 50 are going to have different priorities than people under 50. And so when it is overrepresented on your survey results, you get a result of priorities that doesn't really reflect the priorities of the diverse demographics that we have in our region. And so I believe it was TPC that recommended that you go out and try and diversify your demographics, correct? Which committees were recommending that you go out again?
If I may, it's part of our process regardless. So as you go back to the schedule, the public input process doesn't end until the very last day when there is a public hearing. So yes, of course, it's recognized that once you get the first results, then you look at where those gaps are. And that's what the staff was recommending, that we've identified these gaps and now we're going to go out and do additional.
But you're presenting the result as though
all of
the demographics that we want to see their input on. So Mayor Diaz, the priorities are reflective of those that completed the survey for the RMAP. And that's what I was talking about earlier in the other meeting, that those demographics are very monolithic. And so you're presenting these priorities as if the community was really well represented, and it's not. So I just want to put it for the record, these results are based on very skewed and monolithic input points through the surveys that were presented for RMAP. That was my concern in terms of the whole conversation we had about RTA outreach and engagement. We need to be able to have realistic and reflective of our demographics survey results and engagement results for everything, not just the RTA, for everything. So I wouldn't take the results of whether you use transit or not as written in blood. It's skewed results. That's what it is.
Any other questions or comments?
I do have more questions. I'm sorry I'm delaying you, but the RMAP is a request that the city of Tucson had requested before through PAG, so that the city of Tucson could apply for $70 million this August for our bus rapid transit. We were delayed, and the process that this board had said, hey, let's start a process to update the RMAP. The inability to amend the RMAP on the side of the city of Tucson, I believe, prevented the city of Tucson from going out in August to apply for capital improvement grants worth about $70 million to bring to this region. So what exactly is the process of amending the RMAP moving forward? And is that in writing anywhere?
Following up on your question, Mayor Romero, Mr. Benavides, you had been in communication with federal officials about this issue, and they said at my request, and I don't believe that they have given you a final response. Could you summarize for the council the communications you had with them and what we're waiting on? Because I think it's aligned with Mayor Romero's question.
Mr. Chair, members of the regional council, we did reach out to the federal authorities to ask them what is the process for this. We want to make sure that we're following the right process because questions came up. So we asked them, and we kept being told, "Oh, we'll have it in a couple days," and now it's been kind of radio silent. And I haven't heard anything now. I don't know if it's been
and what was the
month and a half.
What was the agency? The person that you wrote to represented which agency again?
ADOT, I think. Am I right? Sorry, Farhan, I can't remember.
No,
You work with them.
Mr. Chair, no, thank you. So Federal Highway Administration has oversight. So FHWA, at least in Arizona, represents FTA as well. So FTA and FHWA are collaborating together to respond to Thomas's email. But I had put out a memo shortly after our July meeting that we did not meet and outline the process as we understand it. And we had previously had discussions with FHWA staff. The process that I outlined in the email was consistent with our understanding, consistent with their understanding. But for whatever reason, they have not been able to respond to the more specific question that Thomas posed to them. But please go back to the memo. I'd be happy to send it out again. The memo that I send out outlines the process for.
But the questions that Thomas posed were because there was a discrepancy between what you had put in that memo and what the city was saying were their understanding from the federal authorities that they had spoken with. That was why I had asked Thomas to get that clarification. And it's frustrating that it hasn't come in yet, because you're right. They kept saying we expect to have this in a short period of time, and we still haven't gotten it, correct?
Correct, that's correct, sir.
And having said that, Mr. Chair, again, the process is pretty straightforward. We need all the data up front. And then once we have the data, then we can sit down with FHWA and FTA, and then we lay out our process. And then at that point, that's when they say, all right, you're on track, do X, Y, and Z. We have not received all the data we need, and
Yes, you did receive it, Mr. Mokimi. You received the information. Another question that I have is, I am actually really happy that in the 2055 RMAP, are including all the proposed RTA next projects that we're including RBRT, the city's hopefully south leg of a transit project from Ronstadt to the airport. We are hoping that the RMAP will be completed in May of 2025. Is that correct?
That's scheduled, yes.
And what if the RTA next does not pass next November? How do we amend the 2055 RMAP?
So the assumption that's made in the RMAP is that there's going to be additional revenue and these projects will be completed. And by federal law, we can make that assumption. If it doesn't happen, by definition, it means that the revenues are not available. It doesn't mean that we have to amend it immediately, but next time around, we get a chance to update the RMAP, then we can make those adjustments. I wouldn't make any adjustments immediately. I would take another bite at the apple, and then potentially next time around, every 4 years, we update the RMAP. Then 4 years later, that's when you want to make the adjustments if needed.
You would not remove, if the RTA next, God forbid, did not pass, you would not remove the RTA next projects from the RMAP in 4 years?
Yeah, if the board decides to go back at least once or twice before we make that assumption, then obviously I would not make the change. So again, even now it's an assumption. There's an assumption that it's going to pass. And if that, at some point, the board needs to make that decision and say, all right, we assume that that revenue will never come. And then that's when we can make.
And you would wait 4 years to do that?
That's up to the RTA board.
The RTA board or the PAG board? Or
RTA
both?
board, because RTA board is responsible for RTA revenues.
And what would happen if any of my colleague jurisdictions would get a congressional earmark, we don't want to call them earmarks anymore, member directed fund. I know some of my colleagues have applied for some member directed funds and have received funds that are tip named projects. In order for them to amend or update the RMAP to receive those federal funds, what would be the process for that?
So the ideal situation is that our map is flexible enough that it has categories, that as long as you apply for funds are within those categories, then that's automatic. Go ahead and include it in the tip. But if it doesn't meet any of those categories, then obviously we have to go through a process to amend and include those projects. So my recommendation is that as we go through the RMAP, identify anything that you anticipate to apply for to make sure it's in the RMAP, mainly because that actually even helps, enhances your application. If it's in the RMAP and it's adopted, once you submit your application, you can demonstrate that it's already gone through the regional process.
But what happens when we want to apply for funds? Maybe Oro Valley wants to apply for the capital improvement funds that are made available by the federal government. What happens if the project is not there? I mean, I'm trying to get some clear answers, Mr. Mogimi, and I'm not. And the sooner you answer, the sooner we can get out of here. But you told us it would take 9 months and that you would need environmental analysis. So what I'm trying to ask is, how can any of these jurisdictions apply for funds from the federal government and be able to update the RMAP in order to be able to show that we're fiscally constrained and that the region is willing to put it in the RMAP?
So I'll be happy to share that memo again, that the process is the same. It takes time to go through updating the fiscal constraint analysis. You have to update the land use plan. You have to update your traffic modeling. You have to go through the environmental analysis.
Now, we're doing all of those necessary requirements to include the RTA next projects and the RMAP 2025, 2055?
RTA next projects are included in the RMAP.
That is not my question. My question is, in order to include the RTA next projects, are we having to approve for each and every project, the land use, the impact, the environmental impact, everything that you're asking us, the city of Tucson, to include? No.
Yes, it's in the RMAP process currently as we speak.
You are not answering my question, Mr. Mogimi.
Okay.
Are all of the RTA next projects that we're including in the 2055 RMAP plan, have they gone through all of the analysis that you've requested the city of Tucson to do for the BRT project that we're trying to include in the RMAP?
Yes, they're currently going through that process. We're updating land use, modeling, and then it'll go through the public process as outlined in the diagram.
For each and every one of the RTA next
In the
projects?
plan, yes, that's the list that you have in the plan. Those are the financially constrained list of projects, and RTA next projects are in that list.
That's it.
General Maxwell.
The question I've got, and I think we're still waiting to have the answer from that HWA, and so we need to keep pushing for that answer. Because I think the frustration is, and ADOT's got, for the record, ADOT's five-year plan. We do have things, right now, all of our RTA dollars are still in it. So all Maricopas are still in it. So we do take the same assumptions with our planning that the inflows of funds are going to stay the same. You only adjust it when the funding source gets turned off. So that all flows. But I think the question we're trying to get at is there's several ways to get into the 5-year plan and even some of the longer plans at the state level that don't take the entire process. I think that's what Mayor Ramirez is just trying to get at. And if we can get an answer from FHWA and what they say, then I think we can come back and talk about how any municipality could then go back, or the county, you know, and county, anybody can go back and insert it without having to go through the full requirement of doing all the new data allowances, the impact on other projects, the impact on the other streets. I believe there is a way to do that. And I trust that Thomas is going to beat that drum until we get an answer from them. And it is disappointing they haven't given the answer. Right now, I'll tell you, a lot of the federal agencies are moving extremely slow.
And I want to thank Thomas because he made that initial contact shortly after our July meeting. And has not gotten a timely response.
And if FHWA comes back and says, nope, you have to do this whole thing, well, that's the answer. We have to do the whole thing. But we're getting the miscommunication from them on how the process for other than the 4-year entry can be done in a manner quicker than a full year and a full analysis, because if you're doing the full analysis with fiscal constraints, you gotta have project costs, you gotta have, you know, it's a ton of work, as we know. So thank you.
Well, there's different, the process to amend is different than the process to update. And there are very specific definitions of what those means, right? And we're just not getting clear answers in terms of the ability for any of our jurisdictions to not lose out on federal funds. So we missed out on the opportunity to apply in August because of these delays. We do not want to miss out on the opportunity to apply in the springtime. And so I think we all need and deserve clarity in terms of what are the processes when any jurisdiction wants to apply for federal funds to be able to amend the RMAP to include, especially if you prove that it's fiscally constrained to what your jurisdiction can bring to the table. It shouldn't be rocket science to be able to amend and apply for federal funds to bring to the region. We don't want to lose another opportunity this spring.
Thank you, Mayor Romero. Any other comments or questions? All right, if that's the case, I'm going to adjourn this meeting, and I'm going to apologize in advance because I have things I need to get to in 13 minutes, and I think I can just make it. Thank you all.